Let me here say that I had an expectation, and what I'm seeing is even beyond what I was expecting. Of course, I am aware that very few of you have decided to cross the line, to go to the other side. Don't worry. Don't worry. But if you know them, advise them. Nobody in this country or elsewhere has ever succeeded with buttilage, betrayal. It doesn't work that way. And if you are in doubt, look at our history, even though small, from 1999 to date. All those who betrayed this group, like all other groups, like all other individuals, they have never succeeded. I don't even know one. They may succeed temporarily. Day one, day two, day three, year one, year two. Some in this state were looking like they were succeeding for 10 years. If you ask them, where are you now? They are on the floor, flat on the ground. So I'm telling you, so that you can learn from other people's experience. Don't try and learn from your own experience. Some of the times it could be very, very expensive.
Welcome to that one eye that is always spying on me. I know you are a bot, but it's good to know that you are there. It is Kwakwasiyya edition for the project 2027-8. Let's update the house what the Kwakwasiyya.
We now have in the studio Clement Oloyede. He is the group politics editor of Daily Trust. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And you covered Kano for a very long time, and I think since morning, because I've been monitoring you, making calls left, right, and center. Is it true that Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and his godfather, former Governor Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, are on the same page in this voyage to move to APC, even though Kwankwaso will remain in NPP?
Well, thank you, Olamza, for having me. And I want to say, just like you said, since morning we've been on the matter, speaking to our sources, and I can categorically state that I've spoken to both sides, close aides to the governor and close aides to the leader of the Kwakwasiyya movement. And what I can categorically confirm at this point is that they are not on the same page.
They are not on the same
page? They are not on the same page. The governor has concluded to move to the APC with or without the blessings of his political godfather, that's Kwankwaso. And Kwankwaso has also reiterated his position not to join the APC, at least not on the conditions or the offers being put on the table. So they are both not on the same page.
Are you privy to some of the conditions?
Yeah, well, not in exact terms, but the ones that are generally that in the conversation we've been having that have been coming up is one, the only guarantee that the governor's side is getting and seeking is the assurance of the second term for the governor on the platform of the APC. At the moment, you know that the party of the governor, the NNPP, has been having serious litigation, serious legal problems since 2023's election. And the governor's camp told me today that this is basically the number one reason why the governor decided that he has to make the move to the APC to guarantee his own political survival. But aside that reason, The other reason that has not been in the open yet, that they told me, though in confidence, but is they want
without mentioning them, yes.
Without mentioning them, but these are things I corroborated from 2 or more sources, is that they all along they had been infighting in the Kwakwasiyya leadership. And there are speculations. Of course, the governor's camp told me that they had it on good authority that the cabal, so to say, around Konkoso had decided that the governor was not going to be given the NMPP's ticket ahead of 2027. I have not been able to corroborate it with the Konkoso's faction, but that's the allegation they are laying against the Konkoso.
But it wasn't long when we had Konkoso, blessing and praising the governor for maintaining the Kwakwasiyya blueprint, and then for not disappointing him in delivering dividends of democracy. Could that be political talk?
Well, from what I was just trying to explain to you, because I asked them that just what you just raised, that this is what we've been saying in the public, how can you say that the leader of the movement is against his political godson? But they told me that that was also what they thought. But the feelers they've been hearing is that there are some group within the Kwakwasiyya movement that are not happy with the progress being made in Kano, and that they felt that if the governor continues at the pace he's going, there are chances that he may overshadow the popularity of Konkoso as a person, and that may affect some people's ambition. Because, the movement rallies around the personality of Konkoso, not around Governor Yusuf. That is the claim they are making from their side. But from the Konkoso side, I told you I also spoke to them, it's all about disappointment and the feeling of betrayal. People that spoke to me in the camp told me that as of this morning, when the Konkoso came back to Kano, returned to Kano,
he was in Kano as we speak now.
He's in Kano as we speak. He was disappointed. He wanted to address the media, but after some discussion with some inner caucus members of his caucus, he directed the state chairman of the NPP to go and present the position to the media. And the position, for those that have seen the position of the NPP, is more of appeasement. Because at the stage they are now, it's not a case. He knows that the movement has more to lose than the governor. The governor is an individual. He can go to APC, win or lose the election. He has done his 4th term. But if this continues without some level of measured approach, the movement will suffer the most. It will disintegrate.
You think the movement will suffer?
Yes.
How strong is the team following Abba?
Well, on the paper, is very huge.
Who and who, for instance?
From what I've gathered, the 13 members of the House of Representatives are with him. That's the caucus of the NMPP in the National Assembly.
Have we spoken to them, or you are trying to?
No, for now, we've not spoken to them, but some of the people that spoke to me are close to them, and they said they are together on this. In fact, a former member of the caucus who had left, that's the former speaker, who is now the representative of Bunkure Rano, that's Alassane Rorum, also told one of our correspondents today that he had a meeting yesterday with the governor, and
they are all going.
They are all going.
What about the chairman of the local government?
That's it. I'm going. All the 44 local government chairmen. That is the shocking part of the whole development, because those that know Kano politics know that all 44 local government chairmen did not get to that position without the endorsement, or some will even say the appointment of Konkoso. But all 44, from what we have so far this night, are on the same page with the governor. They are moving with the governor.
But what happens, because we have just a minute, what happens within just 2 years? How strong Konkoso was? Did you see the hands of Abuja in what is happening? Or is it that Konkoso refused to yield to certain demands, or vice versa?
Yeah, well, credible sources had all the while told us that Abuja attempted to woo Konkoso, and you could remember also that Konkoso himself showed interest in aligning with APC. But at some point, it was gathered that Abuja realized that the demands he was placing on the table were too much. They felt that it will make him too powerful. And don't forget that Northern power brokers are already strategizing themselves for 2031 to take over from President Tinubu.
In the event he wins.
Yeah, in the event he wins in 2027.
Because Atikus, Obis, Amechis are there.
But those in APC are assuming that the president is going to do 8 terms, and after then it will come to the north. So the powers in Abuja feels that if Konkoso gets all these conditions he has listed, the control, the structure of APC in Kano, not just Kano, the Northwest, major national appointments. He will be so strong. He will be the man to beat. And you know he is a very strong person when it comes to party politics. So that crumbled the initial talks. But we learned that the powers in Abuja reached out through the Progressive Governors Forum to the governor, and they've been the one discussing. And Konkoso, what I learned was that he felt slighted that the governor continued the
arrangement.
The arrangement sidelined him and went through to the governor, and that's where we are.
Do you think he will have some advantage in Kano going forward?
You mean Konkoso? Oh yeah, of course. Konkoso is still the man to beat in Kano. It would be like,
and if he were to bring out somebody as his candidate, do you think he will give the governor Abba Yusuf a big fight?
Yes, but like we said in politics, nothing is guaranteed, because look at almost all the political parties. There's one problem or the other. Whichever party it decides, if it sticks to the NNPP, the problem is still there. But like you said, if it brings another candidate, it will be a tough challenge for Abba. But it will also be a tough challenge to Konkoso, because the Kano voters will say, okay, just 3 or 4 years ago, you were the one that told us to vote for this man. He has been doing well. You told us that he has been aligning with your
now
movement.
What changes?
What changes? Is it just because he moved to another party? Those are the questions that both sides need to fiddle with. And even the governor himself needs to also convince Kano people that we voted against APC to bring you to power.
Now you are going.
You are going. Why should we vote for you again? So those are the questions both need to be addressing in the days ahead.
Thank you so much, Clement Oloide, Group Politics Editor, Daily Trust, for coming and putting context to this very difficult political calculation.
Kano is always like
that.
Yes,
and viewers, we tried to actually have Honorable Blia Ahmed Rurum, a key member of the Kwakwasiyya. Unfortunately, for network connectivity, we couldn't have him, but we hope by tomorrow we should have someone from both sides in Kano or here in Abuja. And this brings us to the end of today's package of Daily Politics on Trust TV. Join us tomorrow for another interesting edition of the program. From here, I am Hamza Idris. Good night.
As a part-time Kwakwasiyya, I be a one-time Kwakwasiyya, I be hybrid Kwakwasiyya, in diaspora Kwakwasiyya, however you want to say it. Some will say that I'm an agent of Kwakwasiyya. So we say that operative of Kwakwasiyya, however you want to say it. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with this development that is taking place in Kwakwasiyya. At the end of the day, both the governor and Kwakwasiyya may end up losing the states to APC, of course. And it's not good. There are many scenarios that can play, that will play out the way things are going. Kwakwasiyya, of course, wants to join APC. But how he joins is what matters, not him joining per se. What are you bringing in? It is what you are bringing in that will give you a position, that will give you a say, that will, whatever that you think you are entitled to, or you should get, or you are qualified to, or you can fight to get, all those rest on the political capital you are bringing in. Either you have a raw cash. In this case, I don't think the government, this power needed cash from. I mean, cash is not always enough. It's always needed, but at what cost? So at this point, if money is what you are banking on, how much are you bringing in? That's one. Now, if you don't have money, you have clout, you have the numbers, which in this case, the obvious one that is working for Konkoso so far is the numbers. So a situation whereby there is a struggle for control, pretty much that's what it boiled down to. That is so strong that has potential to split them in very many ways. It's not good for them. Abba might end up, even if he lost, if he Abba will be the one to gain more if he goes into APC as it is, regardless of now, even if he doesn't stand a chance of coming back. APC, all the APC had to do is to win, and he will be appointed. After all, even Ikokozo himself, once he lost his re-election in 2003, he had to come back. You had to wait for 8 years. So either way, APC stand to gain the most as it is. ADC will have courtesy of Atiku Abubakar. Wait, how many votes Atiku get from Kanu? Like, what was his position? He finished third behind. Wait a minute. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. I'm forgetting Atiku na MB PDP presidential candidate in 2023. So Konkozo get 1 million, roughly, is it up to 1 million plus? But Tinubu was really up there close to him too in terms of presidential. And the governorship election was pretty dramatic as well. So now that the APC are firmly settled, they have a sense of direction and what they want, I think it would be easy for them to take Kano State. With all this, if this disagreement continue between the governor and the leader of the Kwakwasiyya, which is Konkoso. But being that outside politics, there also kind of family ties between them, they'll find a way to settle. Because it would be too bad for the two of them to slow them down significantly or even end one or two of them career if they disagree all the way to the end. All the way to the end is the election time. Not even elections, within the next 6 months, everywhere going to know where you belong. Because if you are not sure of getting a ticket in a political party in the next 6 months, you are not going to get it. So APC will see end up being the major beneficiary if the fight continues. And if they settle, Kwakwasiyya need a home. So either way, we have to find a way to join the APC. And I think the Tinubu, or those who are strategizing ahead of 2027 and beyond, understand that fact. Interesting time ahead. Again, this is just to mirror what is coming in the bigger picture in terms of the region as a whole. The three regions have been at 2, now 3, right? North, South, Northwest, and North Central, which they will be already they are preparing for 2031, and we are 99% of the time is going to be consensus. Now, when you have political animal who are all in their own right, savvy, and have a high fix on the throne, talking about the Konkoso himself, hey, Even the Abba, if he has an opportunity to run the second time, the next thing ambition we have is to be president. I mean, if he can run Kanu, why not? All right, the likes of Zulums are still there. I don't know what's where is Hassan? Hassan, come, tell me what is the who is next in line to take after Zulum? Because the rate I see as Undume, the rain praises on him, it tells me maybe he's high in that seat, and I don't know if he's going to if the Borono people will rally around him. As I'm concerned, it's too it's too Western according to the way he does, the way man he's braggadocio whenever he's on TV, always boasting his American credential. I don't think they'll please with that like that. But this is me just fucking around anyway. But Asen, if you can hear me, I'm interested in having this conversation with you. Who are the next people in line? Who are the shining star right now? So Zulum is another candidate that will give the likes of I'll be high in the position. The current NSA director Abina chaired and column no the battle. That's another one. El-Rufai Atiku is still there. Bala Mohammed of Bauchi. Now these are just current political animals who are either serving or being the race for a couple of years. Now, North are not behind when it comes to technocrats who vie for that position from time to time. We saw this same man from Borno to Hassan again. I need you because that guy, I don't think is we'll see the last of him. Something Mohammed, the former banker who ran for the same presidency in 2023 but failed to clink the ticket of PDP after was it she don't even when I made the camp, he dropped out of the race before the primaries, if I'm not mistaken, and supported Atiku. So I won't be surprised if the guy pop into the race again. The likes of Pantami, I mean, as an argue that the guy is going for governorship, so which interesting. But so whatever that is happening in Kano right now, again, the however it goes, APC is in a better position to gain. But it is the macrocosm of what is going to happen as we move on in a larger scheme in terms of the northern uh, politics ahead of 2031, since quote unquote the gentleman agreement is done by turn. And one of the reasons again I want to believe that they're not going to screw Bola to move up. Will they try? Why not? I mean, shit. What they got to lose, huh? Chuku, 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 chuku. My guy.
The past few weeks, news reports have gained in intensity about a rumored plan by Governor of Kano State, Abba Kabir Yusuf, to switch political allegiance from the All Nigeria People's Party to the All Progressives Congress. Nothing surprising about that, you might want to say, given that politicians of all colorations and antecedents have recently been trooping into the APC, which is Nigeria's ruling party, with the next general election now just a little more than just a year away. However, for those who follow the trajectory of Nigerian politics, the dynamics of partisan politics in Kano State is like no other in the country. And Governor Yusuf may be compelled to go to extraordinary levels to pull off this rumored defection without bringing the entire House down onto himself. Well, joining us now to unpack all of these underlying issues around the Kano governor's defection crisis is Ladipo Johnson, the spokesman for the All Nigeria People's Party. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining me on Newsday.
Thank you very much. It's the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Governor Yusuf, has he formally communicated anything, any formal intent to leave the party to the National Working Committee? Or are we just relying on rumors and word of mouth consultation reports that are circulating in the state of Kano?
Well, he hasn't informed us formally. Neither has he said anything to us personally. But what happened was that one of his aides, one of his top aides, actually spoke about the people of Kano having decided to move, having given Kwakwasiyya and the governor the permission to move to the APC. And I think that's when it all gained traction and what have you. But our position is that no one has told us officially that they intend to move. And so we are dealing with the effects of the rumors, as it were.
Of course.
Because you see, it's a confusing thing. It's one thing for the governor to say he's moving. It's another thing to say that Senator Kwakwasiyya and himself are moving. So on our part, we have cleared the fact that Senator Kwakwasiyya has definitely said that he hasn't taken any such decision.
Okay.
He's still consulting with various people.
Okay.
And that our membership or our members should be patient. And I believe that in the next 2-3 weeks, this January, they'll begin to see that we have been taking steps. I've said that before, and they'll begin to see the steps we've taken.
Fair enough. Now, if he does defect, let's just go on that assumption. Yes,
right,
if
yes.
Just the governor. If the governor does defect, what could be the NNPP's legal or political strategy regarding the governorship seat that he currently occupies? Very big question.
The thing there is that you cannot do anything legally. When it says if there's no faction, you cannot defect, that refers to the legislative arm of government in our constitution, not the executive arm of government. So if he does decide to deflect, to move to another party, well, so be it, you know.
What would be the political strategy? No legal strategy, but definitely a political one.
Definitely there'll be a political strategy. The first question is whether or not, if I were by his side, my question to him would be, do you trust these people in the APC enough to go there and get a return ticket to contest for the next 4 years? It's easy to promise, but when you get in there, it's a different thing. And I'm not sure there are people who are known for keeping their words. So that's no, that's the truth.
That's harsh.
No, it's not harsh. We're talking politics here. That's the first step. And of course, we, the party at the national level and the national leadership are working, as I said, You know, I mean, as I said, we're working towards having a marriage. Things are looking up and things have reached an advanced stage. We've refused to tell people who are the people or parties we're talking to. But I'm very positive that by God's special grace, before the end of January, Nigerians will know which way we're going. Okay. And I would have said, I spoke to one of the governor's people. I said, if it is true, why couldn't you people be patient? That in the next few weeks, you'll see that what we have is enough to help you hold Kano.
Well, you know, I can't be patient either. I have to chip away at this mystery the best I can. So, hypothetically speaking, if the NNPP loses its governor to another party, how does that affect Senator Kwakwasiyya's viability as a presidential candidate for 2027? Can the party survive as a national entity without the executive resources of Kano State?
Yes. The first thing is to ask ourselves whether Senator Kwakwasiyya would be contesting the presidency or not.
Why would he not?
Because, you see, there's a feeling in this country that the South needs to maybe do 2 terms, 4 years, that's 8 years.
But we know what the thing about promises and how they're kept in politics.
Exactly. You see, some people want to keep the promise or what has been going on, and some people do not want to. You know, that is the thing. But you see, what I want to tell you about Senator Kwakwasiyya is this, and his movement. The thing to know that is not just about Kwakwasiyya.
What he just said is pretty much what will dominate 2027 conversation, right? So even if he come out to contest, it's just for contestancy, just for the symbolism, just to keep the illusion of, you know, we are practicing a contextual presidential system. So, but now the cocoa in don't talk. So, there is some people, there is a feeling in this country that. So you see, and again, that would be the line that Kwakwasiyya will use. You know, when he's decapied to a APC. Not now, it's going to be much later, you know. And they will tell you that they consulted his people, the movement, and they say that the spirit of democracy, the spirit of gentleman agreement should proceed every other thing. So, you know, in order to just buy a favor ahead, so that when he won't come out again in 2021, that will also be his selling point. That he's not just a patriot; it's a man who straight to the game and all that kind of good stuff. So it's not coincidence that he started the answer the way he did, but
it's about a movement. The election that brought Abba Kabir Yusuf in happened.
If Obi get the ticket of ADC, I will not be surprised. Atiku will won't use the same strategy, right? Imagine to us that before the primary or after Atiku will talk, say, okay, yes, and well, I've had enough. People don't to say I don't follow rules, the agreement, that. So it will end up say, okay, I support Obi, and even though they'll work against him instantly, I will not stop saying that until it happened, and I'll point it out. Anyway, so Atiku will use the same strategy, I think. Most of those Erufai people that will want to use that strategy in terms of, okay, yes, it's a feeling in this country, it's got to be south, the power should remain in the south. That's how they will phrase all the Kwakwasiyya likes Atiku El-Rufai, who are those other names who potentially running for the seat in 2031, but they will come out, they will work hard to secure themselves in a very comfortable position, any of these big parties, and they'll come out and say, okay, we need to respect the spirit of the gentleman agreement, the way the country is going, all the good stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that's what the obedient strategists actually saw, and they'll see. But I think they are driving them off the cliffs.
Without the movement or the NMPP, when we joined the NMPP, having a single councillor, let alone member House of Assembly or senator or anyone in place, in situ, in government, sponsoring or doing whatever. It was a grassroots movement, and a mandate was given to him. That mandate was given to him based on the, as I said, the movement and the party. Now, if he moves away, does he believe that he's betraying the mandate and trust of the people or not?
Does he?
That's a question that I'm putting to them. You understand? But I don't want to say them because we're still cordial. Whether he moves or not, we will remain cordial.
You're giving a lot of information without giving any.
No, you see, the thing there is this: we started based on the fact that there's a rumor. I don't want to sit here and say, no, there's no rumor. Of course there is, and we've seen what is going on, and we're moving to make sure that we educate the people on ground there to say, look, if it is true that they want to move, that the governor wants to move, good. But Senator Kwakwasiyya is not moving. The majority of the Kwakwasiyya movement remains at the moment in the New Nigeria People's Party.
Well, we will see how that unfolds. Of course, it is politics. Anything can happen. Yes. Of course, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon, Ladipo Johnson of the NNPP.
Thanks for having me.
These are making sense. It's still going to be like it was. I was actually hoping and believing that Obi will take a different route and we'll see how it goes. But unfortunately, it's joined the same structure of criminality. So it's a one-party system now. Now who has the best narrative will win. Who is able to bring more people to the polling units will win. That's what it boiled down to. Who spend more money will win.
The political atmosphere ahead of next year's election. There has been realignment and alignment of forces, among the especially opposition political camp, and of course also high-profile defections into the ruling APC, especially by governors, and all of this is shaping the road to 2027. So we'll be analyzing this with Engineer Bagisani, the National Chairman of the Action Democratic Congress, who joins us live in the studio. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much. We are Action Democratic Party, ADP.
Right, Action Democratic Party.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Well, let me start by saying, Happy New Year first. We are in 2026.
Yes, exactly.
We hope that the year is going to bring prosperity and peace for our country. Just before we commence, the conversation on politics, let me get your take on the rollout of the new tax regime, especially on the fact that the opposition political class in Nigeria have been voicing out, concerns around its implementation. Let me get your take.
Well, Happy New Year.
They don't forget the tax. They're happy that
of course, Nigerians. Well,
Trump has
the
bombed us.
tax reforms that the president has brought into the country to run the economy of this country, it's something that is really not unexpected. Because yes, our tax system has been in a very bad shape. Multiplicity of taxes that people pay, you have almost every tier of government, charging tax.
These are the opposition leaders, right? The guy is making a case why we need a tax in the first place. Does that say anything? The same tax that ripped through Kenya last year, that almost tear them apart. Bangladesh, and as we speak, Iran. But guess what? He went through our own smoothly with literally no resistance. The only resistance that there was came from our representative and those so-called leaders within the party who used that opportunity to cut deals for themselves. Now I'm putting all this out to understand those who go play, who go gang, who they will mobilize with money, right, to key in behind the opposition. Now, one of the opposition in the talk so Obi puts a personal ambition forward before they will come the talk, and he choose a very suitable time to decamp. It is not a coincidence that he decamped few hours before the implementation of the tax. I say few hours because not few hours. So the atmosphere, those people who are angry, were grievance, who they say, hey, we no go, all kind of crap. What are they doing now? They cited that Obi has choosing a part. They get carried. They also is another group are excited that Trump is in action, while the other side of the verse. So all this, as far as I'm concerned, are not coincidence. They are not. So the tax now is everybody now has to gear up to adjust. Or we have already adjusted. Anyway.
So you think the harmonization is in order?
Yes, harmonization is in order. Administration of the tax, joint tax is in order. The only thing that is really baffling to me is that this is a democratic government. And the democratic government is supposed to listen to the people you are governing, because it is government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Bullshit.
And when you have a policy change that does not sit well with the majority of the people, I think it's your responsibility as the leader to take a second look at what people are saying, so that people will believe that you are representing their interest. More so when the same bill now has even been
controversy.
Controversy. Not only controversy, has been tagged as a fraudulent bill. Coming from the executive, because the National Assembly has already passed the bill to be enacted, by assent that Mr. President is supposed to give to the bill, and then what?
Nanjaman, this is your point. No, what? You know who water at all? You know follow. You know why? You say after Kenya destroyed their country, at the end, it still passed. But guess what? Some of those young people or some of those people who protested were inaugurated into the powerhouse. They bring new people into the elite cycle. So you have to look it from that perspective. So when there is a protest, right? When there is a protest, when there's mobilization, that's why organizing is still that's why people, all these change mongers and power mongers, they avoid to go the route of organizing because it's very treacherous road to follow. It takes time and it breeds a lot of leaders, even from the people that you disagree or you don't want them to. So you have to pay attention to the people who are leading those movements, but not just those people, but the kind of words they use, the kind of narrative they use, right? To change the course is very important, right? Because even as you see the protests that go on in Kenya, right, among the young people, part of their disagreement is that they need to be on seat. They need to be part of the policy that is going to. They need to be part of the governance. After all, now them many parts. This is their destiny and all that scrap. So they make a very comparable case. So what the leaders now did now say, okay. So now I say, okay, let's be one or two, three of them, and we still get what we want. And the same thing happened in Nigeria too. But what happened in Nigeria, as always, we wait for those quote unquote leaders to direct the way. People like the Showore, and the rest of them, the opposition leaders. So what happened was, because the followers always, they don't get mind of their own, they always focus on these people who are identified as good speakers and leaders. So what happened was they rejected them from the top, reject them. So those leaders say, okay, maybe this thing we don't need to really plan ahead or whatever. But before you know, the governors and the northern leaders take over the negotiation. You understand? So we're giving everything that most of the things that they asked for. I'm not talking about the northern leader, even all our governors, our senators. Now those will lose out. Now then they complain and say the tax bill was blah blah blah, whatever they are alleged, either a fact or not be a fact. But if you dig down, you understand that some of those losers are for the negotiation with that. So those men negotiated before the Nigerian young people or mass people. So and what they did was to just pick one or two people. Of course, give it to show where he protested, right? But he protested for bad governance. Which I say this is a political statement. It doesn't make sense. There's nothing like bad governance. So they use bad governance and they captured they use media to dilute the bad governance. Why they capture they capture the every other person with content creators. So if you remember, content creator, not just say they carry the bad governance go for it. They begin to do they begin to do hashtag, they begin to do challenge, just a lot of clicks, and you know how that works. That's why what happened in Kenya could not happen. What happened in Bangladesh will not happen in Nigeria. But I was thinking that because I was shocked. after the thing not passed last year, since last year January, so I got a surprise when the whole thing got to come up again. The name of say then what did they talk say? What is the allegation against the bill now? That it's nobody one with them sign and they won't implement. I was like, come, now is it the same tax? The same tax we had a shout for almost 2 years. Now you know they talk about. Come on, it took me about like what the heck is going on? All right, not knowing that it was just dilute everywhere the atmosphere. They begin bombard the citizens. That minute actions mixed with enjoyment and all that kind of thing. So now the opposition has split between celebrating the Obi's decision, celebrating Trump fireworks, and angry about Trump's fireworks at the same time. So now the three biggest group of angry Nigerians in terms of this moment be that those who are angry that Trump don't, either they're angry at Trump or they're angry at government, they're angry at whatever, they are just not happy with the whole thing. Then the opposition, we have the opposite of those people who are say yes. Since we not do anything, government fail to the government do this, government fail, this person fail. So good riddance for Trump to come in. We have those group. Then we now have the Johnny Goodfellow who are say yes. The game is on. Will be or nothing. So that's it. That's the current situation of Nigerians that we have that is going on. So we'll see how it works. So if you look at things from that angle, you understand why APC is successfully gaining people that will foot that whether ring the election or finance the election, which are the governors pretty much. But it's about the Kwakwasiyya. Let's make it see. I know the Abaganan will not be a bad boy. Will not be like will not be like Fubara. Abagana will not be like Fubara. Will be a good boy. He will be a good boy.
Let me here say
all this
that
they do like I don't know why who teach them work self. You won't profile somebody, you know, you go park for like in a way because you say who you are saying that what they do with that. Anyway,
I had an expectation, and what I'm seeing is even beyond what I was expecting. Of course, I am aware that very few of you have decided to cross the line, to go to the other side. Don't worry. Don't worry. But if you know them, advise them. Nobody in this country or elsewhere has ever succeeded with buttilage, betrayal. It doesn't work that way. And if you are in doubt, look at our history, even though small, from 1999 to date. All those who betrayed this group, like all other groups, like all other individuals, they have never succeeded. I don't even know one. They may succeed temporarily. Day one, day 2, day 3, year 1, year 2. Some in this state were looking like they were succeeding for 10 years. If you ask them, where are you now? They are on the floor, flat on the ground. So I'm telling you, so that you can learn from other people's experience.
Almost 10 years now. He was
try and learn from your own experience. Some of the times it will be very,
almost 2 years to
very expensive.
That's a good shade on Ganguji. Ganguji almost, he succeeded for almost 10 years, according to Kwankwaso. He was governor for 8 years, then become PDP chairman for almost 2 years. So it's almost. But I mean, if not be great, that's more than enough. If you really serve, how many people they get 10 years opportunity to serve, So good riddance. So Abba Ghana, Governor Abba no go do, you will not behave like Sim Fubara. I think no matter how you won't disagree with Kwankwaso Ridge, it will not be bloody like Wiki and Fubara. These are in-laws, if that mean anything at all in Nigerian politics. Money I gave to my wife for upkeep was taxed. How? How you they give your wife the money? All these kind of people, whether they tax her, you transfer them. Next time, don't transfer it. Just go and withdraw it and give her cash. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, so, but it's still all this kind of story. They always funny to me. Doesn't matter how you make, shine light on story like this. It's not going to change anything. At least not all these power mongers. Oh my. Mr. James.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
It's 6 o'clock in the Gambia.
Oh, and what time is it here, sir? This is still still morning here. It's about 10.
Oh, I see. You are in the morning. I see.
10, yeah, 10 in the morning.
Eastern time.
Oh shit.
Which state?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm in Nevada.
Oh, Nevada. Okay, that's towards the central part of so in Nevada. That's the desert area. The desert area. Am I right?
Yeah, by California.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I think you people call it. Is it Mountain Time or Western Time? I can't remember.
Yeah, Pacific Standard.
Yeah, Pacific Time. You are correct. Pacific.
Yeah.
The same with Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada. Okay, I see the point. What about Hawaii? Do you have the same time with Hawaii?
Yeah, I don't know. Let me Google it and see. Now, Hawaii is what standard time, I think. Hawaii.
No, it can't be standard. I don't know.
They have their own. They call it Hawaiian
Okay.
standard time. So HST.
Okay. Well, Alaska should also have their own time.
Yeah, they are 10. Hawaii is 10 hours less than Greenwich. Alaska, let's see what Alaska get. Alaska. Still, they have their own time. Alaska Standard Time.
Okay, yeah.
I understand what I mean.
I understand what it means. You know, the USA span across so many lines of latitude, sorry, longitude.
Yeah, it's a
In
very
Nigeria, I think we span across 15 lines of longitude. From Lagos to Lake Chad, it's roughly 15 lines of longitude. Every 15 lines of longitude you cross, there's a change in time by 1 hour.
wow. So I said, everybody don't pitch tent.
No, it's all rubbish and nonsense. I've been telling you, there's no need for election. You get the point? You see, look at the reasonable countries of the world. Do they do the kind of foolish things we are doing now? When election is coming in the USA, they're talking of policies, how they will shape the future in the interest of America, Britain and France and what have you. But look at the foolish things we are doing. And we hope to
No, I told you. I said, as soon as we cross over to this year, it's all politics. In fact, we are not even talking about the insecurity again. They forgot about the insecurity as if everything is okay now. So they are all talking about either Obi or Tunubu. Or, so it's full-time politics and it's full-time. The game has started.
They are all a bunch of bastards, the whole of them.
They don't care. I don't know. It's just funny because ah, who's how is going to play out with the opposition party? Because
You say,
as far as I'm concerned, they have failed. They could not.
no,
The government
we
of the
need a
previous could
new,
not organize
we,
themselves. They nothing.
we need a new political dispensation. This presidency, look, the entire, should I say the entire country we need to collapse everything and come up with a new system. This system will take us nowhere. It's only benefiting outside, forces. Well, look at Peter Obi. Eventually he left the Labour Party. I mean, just hopping from one party to the other.
I told you.
If he had won the last election, 2023 election, what is the guarantee that he would have been able to work with his party members, not even the House of Assembly?
The man is I don't know. At this point, I don't even understand, because I'm just too disappointed. I just don't understand.
No, you see, I told you in 2022 that I'm neither obedient nor disobedient. I had serious doubts about the man's even integrity, let me put it that way. Because what exactly I mean, maybe he just want to be called president. The kind of people that surround him now, people like David Park and others, he will never see the promised land, let alone get in there. He will never see it.
Yeah.
Was it 2022 or so, the action whether why can't they team up with Obi to contest the election? We said that the kind of things Obi and these guys do and we're doing behind the scene, they're not the kind of people he can work with. That was what Showman said. This man is part and it's an integral part of the political system. And I don't expect anything good to come out of it. So I don't know how how is the obedient people, what is their reaction?
Oh, they are happy.
Oh, they are
Extremely
happy.
happy.
I see.
No, but they are chanting that Obi or nothing. So that means they are trying to force the party to give Obi the ticket. So
Look,
that's huh?
the issue is this. During the military era, all the pro-democracy movement people, they made the country believe that with them in power, that is the golden way to El Dorado. That was the impression they created. We are not good at analyzing or, how do I put it, x-raying the character of people we are dealing with on the political arena. We are not good at it. Now, look at all the people in all the parties. Tell me one party of all the parties in the country that has a clear-cut manifesto. You understand what I mean?
Yep.
Good. For example, if a party says that my program is agriculture, we want to produce food from, is it a consumption to import? I don't know how you put it. We want to produce food for people.
Production
Which
to consumption.
Yes,
Consumption to production.
Shagari called it Green Revolution during this time. That was his slogan, Green Revolution. Now, if you ask any of the parties now, what are your plans? What is the blueprint for industrial, for a green revolution in the country, for example? None can give you a clear-cut answer. For example, if you say you want to embark on irrigation in the north, where will the water come from? Of course, it's going to be groundwater. How much water do we have on the ground in northern Nigeria? None can tell you. The grains, or let's say vegetables, these guys, they are not serious. You see, what they are deceiving us to believe is that they have done enough work, while they've done absolutely nothing. For a party to come up with clear-cut political programs, you must be doing terribly serious work for a minimum of 10 solid years, consecutively, 10 years, before you can come up with a clear-cut blueprint that this is what I've seen, this is how I'm going to solve it. And there is no party anywhere in the world that can solve all problems. This is why parties come up with manifestos. So this is how I see it. None is coming up with the money. Ask Peter Obi now. What he will be quoting is, should I say, childish or infantile statistics. In Bangladesh, 23.0% is this, that. In Vietnam, 100% is this. In Egypt, their histories and ours are not the same. What they are going through is not what we are going through. I don't know what the future of Nigeria will be. Left to me, we should back up the marriage and look for something better to do.
The future of Nigeria is Islamic State, socialist state of Islamic social states. That's what it's going to be.
Islamic society. Look, the Islamic part of Nigeria, how organized are they? If they cannot organize themselves, what's the guarantee that they can organize the whole country?
I mean, they are. They've been producing president for the past 16 years. So
no, when I say organize, I mean to solve the problems of the country: underdevelopment, industrialization, water supply, electricity supply.
Once they do that now, then they will never attain their dream. You have to get it under your control first, then you develop it according
No.
your
What
own
I mean
way.
is this: in the northern states, are they better than the southern states when it
No, no,
comes
no.
to?
I agree. Yeah, I understand what you are saying. I know what I understand. Because even if they develop the north, they will be overthrown too. So, yeah, but I know this is me just, as you. I'm not saying that's exactly what is going on, but yeah, I'm just trying to. If I'm in that position, that's what I will do, knowing that if I said put everything, if I develop everywhere without me being in charge, I will lose. So I will wait for me to get total control. But I don't know if that's what's going on. But
Look, the country is irredeemable. The country is beyond redemption. Look
they are the
at
one. They will redeem it, and
redeem what? The very
once
people
they
who
once they
destroy
take it over, they will redeem it to their
the
own.
people who destroy the country are the same people we are trying to come and redeem it.
They are the most organized people in our society. I think that's why
Look
they
at
are.
Look at Little Edo State. The kind of
Mhm.
problems that you're battling with right now, the palace versus the people. What has that got to do with development?
But Mr. James, don't you think that is the beginning of the end of the palace? What is going on right now?
I don't think so.
Do you
They,
still
they,
see
they,
the palace
they,
there in the next 30 years?
it will still be there, but not as powerful as it is now.
Okay.
It will still be there. Look, one thing people should know is that those who are against the palace right now, I'm not supporting both sides, any of them. Those who are against the palace right now is because they are not sharing the money equitably. When it comes to offices, political appointments, money they share behind the scenes and things of that nature, they are not doing it equitably. So people are angry behind the scene. This is what is causing the whole wahala. It's money sharing.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's just. I just feel that with this open, and if the palace is, apologizing at every junction. That's a palace that is losing its grip on people.
Well, the issue is those who are criticizing the palace, are they better than the palace? I'm not supporting anyone. It's the eternal problem. But those who are criticizing the palace, are they better? Various governments have come and gone since this present political dispensation, the past 25 years. Different governments have come and gone. What legacies did they leave behind? We need to know the legacies they left before we. So, not only that, these guys who are against the palace right now, if you x-ray their background, at one time or the other, they were in support of various dispensations.
Yeah.
But when they fall out of grace, they start attacking institutions, this, that. I mean, well, it's just money sharing, that is all. Look at is it a MOA museum or whatever it is? They played a game on the palace. They got money from the looted assets, looted artifacts. And at the end of the day, the palace was angry. And anyway, one thing again is that I don't know what the palace is doing behind the scenes. I don't know what the kind of things they are into behind the scene, I do not know. Because if they are into funny things, that is another, anyway, it's a funny development. Country, to stop this lamentation, to stop this crying, to make sure that people in ID camp go back to their houses, go back to their farms, to make sure that no Nigerian wakes up hungry.
On this cap, I'm going to wear this cap for the first time.
Mr. Dim, that is the agricultural, that is the manifesto you are asking for.
Yeah, you see, the point I'm making now is this. You want to send people from ID camps back to their homes. The first question is, what made them to leave their homes? What solution has it to solve that problem? Secondly, how many people are in ID camps? If I ask him now, he cannot give me any clear-cut figure, or he will just fabricate a figure. You get what I mean? Now, what does it entail to resettle them? Because this is a resettlement program. Some of them have been in ID camp for over 5, 6, 7 years. When they go back, they have to be resettled. What kind of problems will they encounter in their resettlement program? So they have no plans. These guys have no plans. They plan for nobody. And I can even say that they are disappointing nobody because they have no plans for anybody. They are not telling you categorically what they will do. So when they get there, you cannot hold them accountable.
Yeah. As you said, it's just to share money, so
it's money sharing.
Is what Barry be joined because he wants to become a governor of the state. That's the only reason he joined.
I cannot understand these people, maybe because I do not have political ambition. But the way politicians reason, frankly speaking, I cannot fathom it. Abaripe has been in the Senate for how many years now? What precisely is he looking for?
He wants governorship.
So what he has got in Senate is not enough to carry him for life.
Nah, he has he's going to have children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. So
can't he can't he invest the money?
That's too long of a route to take.
No, look at in America. No, look at it this way. In America.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just
you have the Ford Foundation,
yeah,
Onassis Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation. The original founders of those foundations, they died and gone generations ago, but the foundation is still in place. You get the point I'm making? If it's a function like a very big foundation, or let's say it's specialized on a particular line of business, I mean, these children or grandchildren,
Mr. James, I think even I don't know, because from the Southeast, because of their experience that when they went through, they were 100% into business and investment and all that. But since the return of the Fourth Republic, where the politicians among them are now making billions of money that those who have been investors for decades have not made, I think that's what is responsible for this.
No, it's and not only it's the entire country.
I use them because in terms of the investment that you are talking about, they are synonymous with that. That's what they are known for. The North, yes, we have businessmen among them in the past, but they are predominantly, heading towards power. Yeah, they don't want to invest. As I said, that's too long of a process. we don't. I think collectively we are still poor. That's why we cannot see. We cannot reason like that. I don't know what is that because of the education we receive or whatever it is, but we don't seem to have sense of wealth. That the more we invest in making our own environment better, That's how we were be expected or treated outside. So instead, everybody is just key into this capitalism lifestyle. Me, my children, my grandchildren, my great great. There will be somebody will be bragging, you know. A politician will be bragging that my great great grandchildren will be is them I'm working
No,
for. As a
I don't
politician,
think so. Yeah, that's the style of wisdom. Now look at it this way.
yeah,
You know Yakubu Gowon.
yes.
Yeah, where are his children?
I don't even know. Yes,
Good. You know Domego Ojukwu.
yeah.
Where are his children?
I think it's
Samuel Samuel Ogbemudia.
no, those
BTSP.
ones.
All the governors during Yakubu Gowon's time, where are their children? What about Abafemi Awolowo? Where are his children? You get the point I'm making.
Yes.
So if you embezzle the whole country blind, hoping that your what we call future generations will live in affluence, they are just daydreaming. There's nothing they are stealing now that people have not stolen in the past. But what is happening to the money? When I was a little boy, there were some very rich men in Delta states. That's Midwest of those days. People like James Edewo, TJ
Yeah.
Soko, TJ Soko, I can't remember them. There were about 5 or 6 of them. Esiso, Ogedegbe, and others. These were very well-to-do, respectable gentlemen in the society. But today, where are they? You still remember Hebrew.
Yep.
Hebrew
Hebrews.
was the main supplier of fish in the whole of the Midwest and Bender states. There's what we call Hebrew fish. I don't know if you met that fish.
No, I made that they moved to rubber from rubber to banking. It was the
Oh, I
banking
see.
that
Okay.
the government
When I
passed
was a
into
little boy, they were the only fish suppliers. I mean, imported frozen fish in the entire country. I don't know where they were getting the fish from. Maybe from Mauritania. I don't know where they are doing their fishing business, but it was a well-organized business. But at the end of the day, everything just went somehow. So these are problems the country need to address. Why is it that businesses do not survive their owners? Once the original founder is dead, the business starts to collapse. These are issues the federal government should try to address. Because if those businesses were still in existence up to now, millions of people would have been employed. Is it government interference that is disturbing them? Or government policies? I don't know
yeah,
what
yeah.
is.
The that of Hebrew, as I said, they moved to banking as at early 2000. They own some of the biggest bank in Nigeria, like the Oceanic Bank and all that. But
Oh,
again, they dabble into politics. They cross Obasanjo's route, and the Obasanjo descended on them, and that's the end.
good. Now,
I
what
think the
stopped
man
them?
just the man just died. One of them just died a couple of either months or weeks ago.
Okay,
One of the
now
Hebrews.
what stopped them? While they were in fishing business, they add banking to it. They add rubber
Yeah, they
business
went
to
into
it.
media. They went into media. They went into hotels.
You
Yeah,
see,
I think because the brothers they end up become three brothers, the Hebrews brothers.
so what happened to them is what is happening to the whole of the country.
Yes.
All the big politicians in the north, the west, the east during the First Republic,
This
today,
is how they get them in banking, right? Oceanic Bank. They were building. They
yeah,
were
they were here in the Gambia, Oceanic Bank. The bank
yeah.
collapsed.
So the wife, Cecilia Ibro, became the chairman of the bank. So they were big. They're in working with government. So they were building. They would intend to build the tallest building in, I think, in Africa. Their headquarters in Lagos Island. So what happened is the bank we borrow the bank, the company that is building the headquarter belongs to them. The land that they are building the headquarter belongs to them. So what they did was to rent the land to the bank. The company that is building the company, the bank is paying it. So they will take loan from the bank into their own company. So, so that's how they are doing it. So when they cross a government route, it was easy for them to just finish them with one stroke. So both the land, the company that is engineering the work, and so they were using people money, just they take people's money into their own private company. The profit from the bank is their own. The profit from the land is their own. The profit from the company. So they became too greedy, I would say.
So you see,
You
if they
know.
had if they have been able to run clean businesses like the fish business, I made that fish business in the 60s when I was a little boy, till I left Nigeria. Hebrew fish. You get the point?
Yeah,
Now, if
they
they are
even became
continuing with
one of them became a governor of Delta State, the first
yeah,
civilian governor. Yeah.
I remember. So you see, this is one problem the Nigerian government should solve. If Nigeria will survive in future, I don't know. Just like we have the Onassis Foundation, Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and other foundations, Swedenborg Foundation, we should, because since we have chosen to be capitalists, we should do it the way they are doing it. There's no shortcut to it.
I think Atiku, Dangote is going that route. This Dangote's foundation, pledging about what is it, 10 billion naira, like for the next 10 years for to build schools and.
Look. Anyway, I'm not wishing him dead. Because if he dies, what is the guarantee that it will not be like this man, Iwanya of the Eastern Nigeria?
I think for the Dangotes, it's still they had the same history with the Hebrews. I think Dangote's well started from his great grandfather. I think.
They call him Dantata.
Yeah, so they'll be able to, So he's just taking it to the next level. But the question you ask is not out of place. We don't know who is if the next person in line will have the same fortune like he is having right now.
Anyway, for me, I've lost confidence in Nigeria. And the country is not, it's beyond redemption. The country is beyond redemption.
Yeah, it's we're in interesting time. We'll see how
Well,
these people who are in charge. We'll see how they'll navigate these next 10 years.
no, we might not even live to see the next 10 years as a nation, or as a country, rather. We might not,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
anything,
That's why I see how
anything
they
can
will
happen.
navigate it.
Anything can happen. And nobody knows where Tinubu is right now.
Oh no, Tinubu is with the people that put him there.
They're cutting deals. They're cutting deals.
There to will come back fresh and hit the ground running, according to him. Ah,
Nigeria is the easiest country to govern in Africa. The
it
easiest.
is.
The easiest. Because the kind of things we tolerate, no African country will tolerate it. None. None. And you see, when we talk on television or public space, everyone try to prove that it's more intelligent than the others. That we have a lot of brains. We have highly educated people. But I disagree.
If
I
we
disagree.
do, our country will not be the way it is.
That's it. That's it. I disagree radically. Because to be intelligent does not necessarily mean holding degrees, or the degrees you hold does not really determine your intelligence. Just like the character of a man. The character of a man is not determined by Western education. Rather, it is determined by law enforcement and governance. That's what determines the character of a society. Law enforcement and governance, not Western education. And there are a lot of instances in different parts of Africa to back up that assertion.
We are interesting time.
I call it interesting times. The police coming for you?
You know, well, if police is coming for anybody with like that, that means it's a serious as a high chase. Maybe this is a ambulance, I think.
No, I see. The world is very wonderful now, very terribly wonderful and frightfully wonderful. What is happening in the USA? I hear in the Gambia know that the police van is moving somewhere. Unlike when I was a little boy, there was nothing like television, let alone internet.
Right.
The president did, the spokesperson put up a statement, a New Year message to.
Don't you think that has become more of a problem for us?
No,
when
no, no.
When you guys growing up without TV, you were able to pay attention to your environment, what is going on, what the leaders are doing, what they are not doing, and you know, and so is the leaders too. But now, just as you said a moment ago, that we argue as if we are so intelligent. This is coming because of TV, internet, and social media.
Yeah. I see the point you're making. You are correct. Because look, when I was in high school, we were not allowed to use calculators. If you are caught using calculator in an exam, you are going home on suspension. That's a examination malpractice.
Now we have ChatGPT and AI.
There's what we call slide rule. There's a way we adjust it to do a calculation. Then what they can four-figure table. I don't know if you come across that.
Yes, I have. Yes. I don't know how to use it, but I think
those are the things we were using. But nowadays, we use computers, not even calculators anymore.
Now we use AI. You just talk to AI and give what you want.
Good. And these things have make us to be very, very lazy.
I think yes. I think we are back. I think to me the best way to live now is to live the opposite. Don't send your kids to school. Teach them morals and reality physicals. Because what they learn in school now can easily be 1 hour, 2 hours, see them at home. You can just go through it easily, either with AI or anything that they'll be okay.
It will come to that level in future, whereby they will close schools. Schools will close.
Yeah.
Everything now will be online. You register your children online, they receive lectures online. And also military barracks will close eventually. They will close all barracks because everything can be done online. Even university education and everything. Most of the materials I use right now, I get it from MIT website. MIT has got a website which they make available to members of the public. There's hardly any classic or literature, whatever it is, literature textbook I want that I cannot get from, online.
Yeah, everything is free online now.
Huh?
Yeah, see, everything is pretty much free online.
Good. So
you have to know what you're doing.
In about 100 years from now, most schools will close.
Oh, that's too much.
Good. Military barracks, believe me, military barracks will close. There will be no need for all these foot soldiers running up and down. Trump just demonstrated it from the Gulf of Guinea. He struck Sokoto with 100% accuracy, and he went back. He did it in Iran. So why maintaining army barracks where people run up and down, parading and all that? They are not necessary. What they need now is the intelligence. Study your physics, chemistry, mathematics, everything at home. You apply it to research and you come up with things and you use it to solve your problems. Space research.
There's this man I know, a billionaire. He doesn't send his kids to school. What they do is they will learn maths 2 hours, learn how to read and write 1 hour. That's it. That's all they. The rest of the day, do whatever you want. That's whatever you want.
It will get there. The only thing that we Africans, it will take us time to catch up. But we are already inching towards that direction. Because it's very funny. You know, in those days, when something happened in Lagos, like net building, when it got burnt in Lagos, I was at university. It took almost a week for the information to get to Benin City. One house burned for Lagos. So, see about 20 or 30 stories. What it costs them? Now, wow, then we'll be looking for daily times. When they print the daily times in Lagos, they will transport it with vehicles early in the morning. So, I mean, those things are already gone for good.
Today, if you are not careful, it's the person that is in the village will be telling you, say, come, your house is born in Lagos.
No, just as I was telling you now, that it's the police after you. Maybe,
right.
Maybe you are too busy to listen to what is going on. Yeah. Me in the we are telling you that there is siren blowing very close to you. So that is the world we are living in now. It's a pity we in Africa, we are really, I don't know what the problem is, you know. We're still talking about mineral resources. You know, this man, what's his name, Mr. Flagship, on Dr. Damage's show, made a very important point. We are saying Donald Trump is coming for our minerals to fight Islamic fundamentalists. That is not true. So what they are really after is minerals in space. They want to go to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, mine minerals, use remote control, bring them back to Earth. All these minerals we are, you know, protecting jealously here. Maybe somewhere in space they are just lying waste.
Yeah, but they will need these resources to build the machine and the thing that they will use to explore the space. So they still need our resources.
No, that is for now.
For now.
That is for now. But what plans are we making? Should they make a breakthrough tomorrow? What will be our situation? We are not thinking about that. Because once they make a breakthrough, and one thing again is this: they are looking for an alternative home in space.
Oh yes, that's what Elon Musk said.
Now, space is vast; it's limitless.
They are tired of.
Probably there's a planet somewhere. Probably, I say, there could be a planet somewhere that is inhabitable. We don't know. If by accident they come across it, it means they are telling us goodbye for good. So these are things our politicians will never think of. People like Atiku, Bola Tinubu, Kwakwasiyya, and other, none is thinking along this line.
No. They want to go to heaven. That's what they are saying. As far as they are concerned, heaven is the goal.
They want to die before going to heaven. Why the white man want to go to heaven and come back alive? That is space research. You get the point? When you leave this earth, go to another planet, that is your heaven. When you finish your business there, you come back again alive. You don't have to die to go to heaven. So our politicians are not thinking along that line. It's very
You asked me a question. What are the obedience thinking about the moves? So this is it. Listen to this. This was from this. I mean, you don't need introduction. You need Kenneth Okonkwo, who was speaking for Obi before he came to Atiku camp. So yeah, him.
The president his spokesperson put up a statement the other day, a New Year message to Nigerians in terms of what to expect. So those who were expecting a broadcast, your hopes were dashed.
Oh wait,
But
sorry.
he did have that. He said he hopes to be a beginning of a more robust phase of economic growth in his New Year goodwill message to Nigerians. He talked about the economy, the progress they've made in the economy, how, from that perspective, the inflationary.
When you're moving into election, when you're moving into primaries, people say a whole lot of things. At times they say it as bargaining chip to know whether you can concede to them. These things are normal. I mean, I even heard when they were saying they will never enter ADC. And thank God they are all in ADC now.
No, we're talking about his supporters.
You know what I'm saying?
Voted him.
That is what I'm saying.
They can't enter ADC.
Hold on, I voted him, 2023. I'm in ADC. I believe in democracy. And I believe that democracy is the government of the people.
So you think all those other supporters will eventually follow your path?
Absolutely.
You know that there's a dynamic with Peter Obi where he has,
not follow my path, follow the path of democracy. Because if you decree that this person must be this, no matter what happens, you're not a Democrat.
So that's the dynamic that people are aware of. The fact that Peter Obi's they are called obedience. They don't belong to a political party. Their political party is the man. So if you're banking on bringing them, they're not going to join the ADC. We saw that with the Labour Party. Many of them didn't join the Labour Party. They just voted the man himself. Is that a dynamic that the ADC is ready to handle?
Well, you know, when I was in Labour Party, I said it was a tactical mistake. Telling your followers they can join all political parties. And I'm very glad that my brother Peter Obi, has changed the tactic. If you listen to his interview on X Space, he said all the obedience should go and register as members of ADC. So if you're an obedient and you're not in ADC, sorry, you're not an obedient. You are a disobedient.
So, Mr. James.
You see the kind of things they are discussing. That man is planning to go to space, to send human beings to space to live permanently. When they are thinking of exploiting the minerals in space, when they are thinking of, you see the kind of things our politicians are thinking.
So we are far behind.
In Western schools, even at primary levels and secondary school level, they have started teaching their children AI. And here we are teaching our children how to label the parts of an insect, how to label the parts of a plant. You get the point?
Yeah.
We are still teaching our children that Mungo Park discovered River Niger. That's the kind of education we still give up to today. Yet, we want to be like the white man.
There's a video I'm looking for that speak to what you said about why Elon Musk is doing what he's doing. A very short. I should have.
welfare matters, I mean, you saw that report. The police have since said, okay, we will hold on until the matter is over and done with. That is what NBA has been saying all the while. So whatever other reasons they're giving, well, insofar as they comply with the ultimate decision, that's what that is about. We've got this morning as a public affairs analyst, as a columnist, as a lawyer, as a politician. Happy New Year. NWC of
good morning, Chamberlain. Good morning, Mewa. Good morning, viewers, and Happy New Year to all of us.
Yeah.
Such a wonderful year.
Absolutely. We hope to make it so. We hope it turns out so for a lot of people, if not everybody, because they all can't have the same thing, can we? But you know, these days, there are several decisions in the court about political parties. We'll come to that in a minute. But the president his spokesperson put up a statement the other day, a New Year message to Nigerians in terms of what to expect. So those who were expecting a broadcast, your hopes were dashed. But he did have that, he said he hopes to be a beginning of a more robust phase of economic growth in his New Year goodwill message to Nigerians. He talked about the economy, the progress they've made in the economy, how from that perspective, the inflationary figures, they say, have appreciated. Talking about the agri sector, how they also intend to continue in that light and ensure that we have a lot more progress. Many view that statement from different perspectives. So let's get your broad perspective of what you make of that statement in connection with the reality on ground.
Well, the government of Tinubu cannot cease to continue to surprise me. Each time I think they've reached the limit of incompetence, they still blow that limit. First of all, that topic, 2026, marks the beginning of a more robust phase of economic growth. I was offended by that phrase, the beginning. Almost 3 years into the regime of a government, he's coming out openly to say he has not begun. The beginning to begin. And obviously it's an admission of failure because he has actually not begun anything. You saw how he embarrassed the world by saying that inflation has come down to 15%. Let me state that clearly. That's a white lie. Before Tinubu came in, the highest he could pay for flight ticket from Abuja to Enugu, give it even 50,000. So we were paying 25,000, that's something thousand. 15% means that you just pay like about 57,500 naira. But going to Enugu, I paid 250,000 naira flight ticket. That's almost more than 500% increase in inflation. And the president is sitting down in a New Year message telling Nigerians about the rebased fraudulent inflation figure, that it is 15%. It's embarrassing and very annoying. The best this government can even do is to speak the truth. And they say if you lie on a new year, on the first day of the year, you will lie throughout the year. That was what we were told when we were growing up.
Mr. James, I found the video.
President is going to, and this government is going to lie throughout the year. Now, look at the speech. Let's talk about
the video I'm
security.
looking for. I found it
in Plateau State.
But
they were preparing for crossover.
Okay.
The heck?
When you look at Elon Musk, he seems.
Mr. James, you understand that?
Yeah, I see the point.
So
these
stuff
are
that we.
These are people who are looking forward. You get the point I'm making?
Yes. So
these are forward. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just as you said, they are going to space, either to stay or to look for minerals there. But in order to do that, no human being will go on. They are not going to send you. They're not going to use human being as slave as they did 250 years ago. So they will send robots. So those robots, so the resources to build those robots and everything is what they are looking for right now. That's why when we say they are looking for resources, that's what we mean. Not necessarily that. So yes, the question still remains. If they succeed, let's say this is the blueprint, right? And they happen. That means it's a question of when.
That's it.
Our own resources will become
obsolete.
Yeah. So it was very. It was well. First time I hear it, I was like, it makes sense.
This lady said, Lucifer said, AI does not make you lazy. It enables you to work smarter and encourage you to learn more. Look, it depends on how you look at it. Let's say you are in the academic world, for example. You want to carry out a research. You use AI. AI can do everything for you. You are not using your natural intelligence. It's just a question of telling AI what should be the objective of this study. This is the topic. After the topic, what should be the objective? After the objective, can you compose an introduction for me? AI will do it. Then after introduction, what is the methodology? After step by step, the AI will be solving this problem for you, depending on the information you feed into it. It's not your intelligence, you are not developing yourself intellectually. It is the AI that is reasoning for you. And when you make a breakthrough, they give you the credit. The credit does not belong to you, it belongs to AI. This is the point we are making.
Lucifer, you hear that? If you are looking for an ideal place to go and eat.
Now look at it this way. If, for example, there's nothing like what's it called? There's not. Let's say we've not invented computers and what's it called, calculators and things like that. We would have been able to memorize quite a lot of things. For example, let's say telephone numbers. It is because we are able to store the numbers somewhere. That is why we are unable to develop our minds to retain those numbers. On my telephone, what we call handset at the moment, I have hundreds of numbers of students and friends and what have you. Had it been it's not possible for me to store this information on the phone, what will happen is that I will do everything possible to memorize and retain most of this information in my memory, so that I become sort of like a mobile encyclopedia. But because the luxury of AI, computers, and what have you, it has made me lazy. I can no longer memorize things the way I used to. When I was in primary 3 or 4, I memorized the times table from 2 to 12. 2 times 1, 2, 2 times 2, 4, 2 times 3, 6, 2 times 4, 8, up to 12 times 12, 144. I committed everything to memory. But today, most youths cannot do it because the calculators are there to do it for them. So this is the point I'm making. The AI also makes us to be mentally lazy because it will do all the job for us. We just take the credit for which we are not even entitled to. That is how I see it.
Lucifer, if you have a different.
If you ask from primary school students now, what is 6 times 5? They will not.
Lucifer, 6 times 5. She's no longer in primary school. She has a PhD. 6 times 5, Lucifer. If you don't know it, go back out. Yeah, now she press phone. It's asking AI.
Am I talking?
No, I just heard you now. You never. Go ahead, yeah.
Oh, I didn't see myself on this screen. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. That's why we ask you.
Oh,
6
okay.
times 5. If you don't know it, go back out. Yeah. So Mr.
Mr.
James is right. Go ahead, sorry.
Mr. James, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
What happened? I can hear myself again.
Go
You can
ahead.
hear yourself. It should be coming from your end because I'm muted right now. No, they hear you again. Oh. Lucifer, are you there? Are you there? Lucifer, are you there?
So she will come on when she's through. You see, I don't know why they call this development AI, artificial intelligence. Because we call it, when we say something is artificial, it means it's not like the original. It's inferior compared to the original. But this artificial intelligence they have discovered is more superior to human brains. It works better than human brains. So
Yeah, but it is human that built it. So
yes,
that's what
it means that man has created something that is more powerful than himself. Mentally, I mean.
come. I don't know why Lucifer joined us. If
When you look at Elon Musk, he seems like insane and chaotic.
Hello? Can you guys
yeah,
hear me?
yes, you are coming in through. Wait, oh, sorry, oh. Yeah, you are coming in through two different devices, I
Yeah,
think.
I was trying to use my laptop, but I don't know what's going on. So,
Oh, you're good now.
okay. So Mr. James, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, you have to know that we're no longer in the 1970s or 80s where you have to manually do things. We're in a different age and different time. And at this point in time in our history, this is where we have the lowest attention span, attention lifespan, or how do they put it? So people easily get how what would I say? People easily get discouraged or disengaged from things or conversations around them. So for AI, I understand. The way you put it out there, it's easier said than done. AI, if you don't give AI the right prompt, it's going to give you a different result. And also, if you don't know that skill or um, that skill that you want AI to give you that information from, you won't be able to even understand what AI is dishing out to you, because there are times that AI would give you some information, and when you read it, it's complete garbage that you would have to even start asking the AI if he knows what the question that you asked AI. And this is the reason why I'm saying it. This is based off my experience, because there are sometimes that during work you ask AI some questions, and the result AI gives you, you'll be like, what's the meaning of this? And you have to like prompt. So that's why there's something they call as hallucination with AI. So you have to prompt AI back again to give you the right information. For me, I don't think AI makes anyone lazy. But for me, I think AI puts you on the edge that you want to know more. And also finally, it's delivery that is the most important thing. You might use AI to get all that information, but for you to be able to comprehend what the answer that AI is giving to you is very important also. So it's not by that you give AI something and AI gives you back the answer and you're not able to put those things together and use it for whatever thing you want to use it for. So it still takes another brilliance to be able to do all that too. I know someone that before AI came in, the person uses Google, and the person has to do, and funny enough, even before AI, it was Google everybody was using for their research. And you have to go through many pages on Google to be able to get whatever information you want to get. Like you have to do research. So let's say for AI now, something that would take you less than 3 minutes for AI to give you that information, you would have to use Google to research and research for like almost a week for you to be able to get that answer. So I know someone that the person is a data analyst, and I'm very good at his job. So I know the person when before AI became rampant everywhere, the person had to go on Google and have sleepless night just to be able to code and get answers and all that. And with AI, the person just does that and the person gets the result. So I don't think AI makes people lazy. I think AI also puts you on the edge to be able to do more research and get more answers to what you want. So
Yeah, you are correct. I'm not against the use of AI. Let's get that clear. I'm just explaining the effect that it has on human beings. I'm not against the use of it. There was it's not a project as such. I mean, Ministry of what's it called, Environment here. There was a bushfire somewhere. They put up a fire, and there's need for us to calculate the area consumed by the fire, so that they embark on something like afforestation program to plant trees. Now, we got the map, we mapped the area quite all right, but there is no mathematical formula with which to calculate it. For example, if I draw a circle and I ask you, what is the area of this circle? You can tell me easily because there's a formula for it. What's the area of a triangle? There's a formula for it. But if the figure you want to calculate the area hasn't got a particular formula, there's a little problem there. I just asked AI, I explained these things to AI. Instantly, it told me to use trapezoidal rule or Simpson's rule, which is quite anything in most calculus textbooks. I went to read it. I forgot that I did these things during my university days, year 1 or year 2, I can't remember. So I was able to apply it and I was able to solve the problem. That is the advantage of AI. But the issue is, it is the credit actually does not belong to me, it belongs to AI, because it is AI that brought the idea. The problem was solved and they started planting the trees, I mean.
no, Dr. Mr. James, I understand that you're so that's what they call imposter syndrome, whereby you feel like you're not able to do it. But for you having just that sacrificing that time alone with sitting down with AI and giving AI all that information, because it's still your knowledge. If you didn't put those questions to AI will not be able to respond back to you. But you sat down and you put those information into AI. It's not as if you cannot do it yourself, but it's just like it might take you longer hours or days to be able to figure out that answer. But because you want because you want it quick, because we are living in a world of everything needs to be fast. We are living in a very I've forgotten the word they use. Yeah, so everything is fast. Like even in products, they'll tell you product comes out every 2 seconds. Like you're seeing product coming out. So we're living in a very fast-paced world right now. So probably your management, they need that information as fast as possible. and you just need to kill time. So that was why. So it's still your knowledge, but with the help of AI giving you that answer.
Yeah, I
So
agree
it's
with
still
you.
you. It's still
Now,
you doing it.
let us look at it this way. Assuming I want to write a book, let's say as good as Wole Soyinka's, let's say, the man died, which is my, but my command of the language is not good enough to match Wole Soyinka. AI
Yeah.
can do it for me in less than just a few minutes. The book will come into existence. Now, when the book is published, people will give me the glory that they did not even give to Wole Soyinka
Wole Soyinka, yeah.
when he wrote The Man Died. But the knowledge does not, I mean, I'm not the one who produced the book. I only instructed AI to get me a book better than The Man Died by Wole Soyinka. So if I put my name on it, I'm not being sincere. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but in that case, now there's no way you can put your name in it, because what do they call it again what do they call it
Plagiarism.
in school?
Plagiarism.
Yeah, you're
Plagiarism.
plagiarizing his work. So you're going to get fined for doing that. I'm not talking about you. Whoever does that will
Yeah,
get fined for it.
that is if it is detected.
Yeah, if it will always be detected. We are living in a world that everybody wants to poke nose into everybody's business. So it will always be dictated. So I don't but I understand Dosha, but I just feel like AI makes things easy. Wole Soyinka and Chinua Achebe, um, they are, I don't know how to, would I say they are gods? Because I'm going to praise our
No,
own. So they are sent in their own days and in their own time. Nobody can match whatever they did during that time, because that was strictly hard work to be able to sit down and write those books that they wrote at that time. But we still have people who still do that today, even if they use AI or they do it by themselves. So, well,
thank you very much for your input.
thank you, sir. I appreciate your
Thank
knowledge
you.
also.
Mr. Ovie. Mr.
So I'm here.
Ovie. Yes, I have to go. It's 7 o'clock now in the Gambia, 7 p.m. I have to go
Oh,
home.
okay.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
have a
much. Maybe
wonderful day, Mr. James.
good night.
Good night.
5 times 6. Lucy, you know, see now.
I don't know. This will be Olodo better one.
So Lucy, are you coming with me? We are going to Asu Rock.
To do what?
Everybody on the John camp now. Obi don't join ADC. I don't join APC.
I
So I
thought
should
you were ADC.
ADC here. No, I don't even know what that is.
Sometimes I don't understand. Yesterday you were speaking in favor of ADC. Now you're now
Me?
APC. Yeah.
Me?
Mhm.
How?
You could have spoken in favor of ADC yesterday.
How?
Now you're now APC. Interesting.
How? Wait, no, go there. Oh. How now? How did I speak for APC? ADC yesterday?
And you sounded like you liked Peter Obi now.
No, that was what interview first?
Yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yesterday, didn't we? Oh, was it? Yeah. Yes. Or day before yesterday.
This woman. I don't know why you want they say you can't recruit me. That's not how to do it. Come with cash. Come with cash. You cannot bombazo me to join ADC. You know they work like that. So are you so you be ADC now?
No, no ADC. Yeah.
So come with me now. Come join me. Let's go to the winning team. Mm-hmm. No one join us for APC.
I'm not a politician. No. I don't do politics.
Well, we
saying the
politicians
sideline.
we use you as statistics.
In what sense?
We can't you join among the if our vote no reach, we can't you join Anna? Hmm? I mean, no, no.
How I want to count me join?
How they take the rig election?
Oh, okay. But I don't get to say the color now. What they call it again? Voters card. So how do you want to count me to?
Even better. I mean, you don't know. So, John APC will give you a voter's card and your vote will count.
So you believe that APC will win?
What is believe? You only believe what you don't know.
Okay, so you have confidence that APC will win?
Anybody, there's no competition out there now. There's no threat. I don't see opposition doing anything to upset the government of the day. So, or is there anything going on out there that I think we? Hmm?
Okay. If you
There's
say
nothing
so.
new now. There's nothing new. Obi just go back to where he used to be. The two of them contest together before now and they were beaten. So they don't have anything different, anything new.
Obi has 6 million people going with him now.
Yeah, it wasn't enough last time, and they are not
Yeah,
doing anything.
because it was rigged the last time.
So, is it going to be anything? Are they doing anything different to make sure the result is different this time?
And that's we don't know what they're doing, so we can't really conclude that they're not doing anything.
That's why I don't follow blind people. I have to know what I'm up to. I have to
Yeah,
know what
they're not gonna give you all their strategy now. Why would they give you all their
that's,
strategy?
there's no point now. So I will go with the thing that is obvious. Those people who won and the intention is to win again. And they rig them and they will rig them again. So I rather go with what is obvious.
Oh wow. Really?
You dey say really? If I meet you if I begin invite you to come to my house now, you no go ask me wetin you go dey come do. Eh? So that's the game now. Where okay, make I follow Obi, go where? What's the goal?
And we're looking forward to a different, even though, but something different, something that would set the pace for a better Nigeria. Because having APC come back again is still like the same status quo. Because if APC is leaving in 2031, they are going to put somebody that is from that same party into the system. So it's like we're still in that circle of bad governance and corruption and lackadaisical leadership and all those kind of stuff. But at least if we have Peter Obi come in and based off his not for me, I would have preferred if he would have the backing of Peter Obi, if Showore would have had that backing. I think I would have preferred Showore to Peter Obi. But I don't know why Showore is not getting that backing from the people like that.
So in other words, you are telling me there is no difference between ADC and APC. You see how you see I don't know why would they deceive ourselves. And my problem with Una be that you guys go see something very clear. But still,
Yeah, that's why I had to think about. That's why I told you that I would have preferred Showore to Peter Obi.
honestly, I'm kind of disappointed with Obi. I was expecting him to go solo. If to say go solo, I say I will go join the camp. You understand?
But they'll tell you that the way Nigerian politics is, going solo cannot give you that mandate that you're looking for.
It's still better. So if you know if you be there, you go join them. Very
Yeah, I
they'll come
understand.
and insult me. Say I join. It's now the same thing. I'm disappointed. If I
From
go
like
from
that
another party.
the conversation we had on Wednesday, just I kind of like understood where you were coming from when you said if Peter Obi had gone solo and had lost the 2027 election, he can still come back in 2031. Because
Yes.
at that time, he's not standing under any gentleman agreement. He's actually genuinely wanting change for Nigeria. But if he goes
So
through this party now,
and
2031,
yeah, and
go
again,
ahead.
in terms of building in Nigeria, building structures, political parties are part of the structure. So Obi going solo, you are giving the youth where just believe on you solo an alternative to build to follow on the long run.
Mhm. Yeah.
You understand? He is not thinking about the next 20, 30 years, whereby the kids will see them very active. It's not no, if they carry them go join the people that we seems to be running away from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you can't expect me. So it doesn't everything. It doesn't make sense. That's why I don't understand the guy. Not that I don't understand him, but I thought I would be proven wrong that it's different from that sense. But
Maybe people around him, they were the ones that advised him to
no, of course,
join
no man. So
ADC.
everybody they pursue his interest with that now. So why not pursue my own?
Mm.
So I don't know. So there's no difference between APC and ADC. These grown two people on it. People will not make up for APC. And then assemble for ADC. So at least when he join Labour, say people see they say, okay, Labour now, you could see argue the differences and other boy. Come on, this is glaring. And then they accuse Tinubu one party system. What's the difference with this?
No. You can't compare that. Yeah, I understand that he went to join the same corrupt people, but you can't. No. Tinubu is trying to build a one-party system, and it doesn't make sense for someone who calls himself a Democrat. At
And
least
Obi
get people.
and Obi could not build a party. So which one is worse?
But I said people around him would have told him that coalition is a best bet to go.
Oh,
To be
what
able
Tinubu is
to.
doing is also coalition. We call it consolidation.
No. Tinubu that's not consolidation. That is actual manipulation. Because those governors that are joining his party now, if they allow them to stand freely without them using the powers or the system to antagonize them behind, in terms of like, okay, if you have any corruption case or you have anything, we are going to fight you. Because definitely there will be something that will make them want to join the president's party. Is most of them is not their clear eye that they are using to join the president party. So there's
Hold on.
something that they must have used to fight them behind and tell them that if you don't join, this would happen.
Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
If you truly you have the mandates of your people, say now your people built to there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that is come and trust you for that position where they're entrusted in you. What do? You go to the people now.
All of them, they are not there through the mandate
Hold
of
on
the
now.
people.
Exactly. So if you don't go to your people, that means you choose your interests above the people. So why you they make case? Why you they support? So they put their interests first. So it's also those people that are running after Obi and ADC. Now their interest in the chase. They believe that they will get elected, since they could not get elected in other party. So Bola Tinubu, they consolidate his party for his own interest. The same thing with those people where they won't go join. As I said, for you to make a different case for Obi, if for following your own path. So they are trying to join one party, all of them. Nobody will not be consolidated to one party. So Bola Tinubu is trying to build their own party. Again, I did the conversation what they try to have with Assad yesterday. You have to look at it holistically. You will see all of them are the same thing, right? Show whatever we will see I see he say they try. He has a party, he can build it. At least he can still say it's different, right? APC can say, SCSC can say they are different, and you can't argue. We can't really argue against that.
Yeah. At least he's been consistent.
Obi have numbers. Obi said his movement is bigger than political party. That is his words, not mine. So if not because na power in one by all means, I don't think you will go that route. And there's nothing wrong.
I don't think Obi is saying that he wants power by all means. I don't think so. I
don't need to tell you. He doesn't need to say it. Now fake weak politician and then they talk him. Why you go come and say you want power by all means? We just watch his move. Person we no want power by all means. They change party like person they change clothes. What thing they want?
No, it's not. I don't think so. Now it's when you say he wants power by all means is when he decides to go as a VP. Then you now say he wants power by all means. But
if he go as a VP, don't finish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
VP know they get power. Now you say I don't know what you. I don't understand though. Being a politician, that's first thing. Once you're a politician, what do you want? What do you want as a politician? You want power now?
To make change, right? Not that you just want power for power's sake. You want power to be able to make change.
Anybody come out and say want power for power's sake?
Yeah, there are people like Tinubu just want power for power's sake.
No, he just saying that my turn doesn't want. He want it for power's sake.
Please, now your turn. Okay, you've entered. Now, what have you achieved in your turn?
To you no achieve anything now. So
anybody to everybody he did not.
No.
Even his supporters that are not inside his even his supporters that are not inside his circle knows that they've not achieved anything. They are just hoping that okay, that's 2K. That's one of his supporters would trickle down to them.
You are speaking out of anger. You are angry.
That's fine. That what happened. I'm not benefiting anything from them.
People when they give appointment, are they not Nigerians? Are they not happy? Are you more Nigerians than them?
How many people? How many people are in his cabinet? How many people? The ambassador. How many people are you giving out of a country of 200 and something million?
Hold on.
You did 56 people.
No matter how messianic you are, if you be Jesus Christ, you know be satisfied everybody.
I agree.
The point is that some Nigerians are happy. That's the most important thing. Unless you are not happy for those Nigerians who are happy.
56 people. And the rest of the country is in poverty.
That's your point of election. Go prove one wrong. Say people are not happy. There are lots
of people that are not happy. If you go on social media, I get that you are trying to be realistic, but also we need to counter that you're realistic that you're trying to be. I get it that 56 people are happy, but the rest, how many percent are not happy? They don't. They can't. They go to sleep.
That's life.
No. Even in foreign countries that we all look up to, at least half of the country would see the benefit of the government. Why the other half?
No.
Oh my God. I'm being generous by saying half of the country will see the benefit of what the country is all about. Why the remaining half will be in poverty and angry and that is why you have the MAGA movement and all those things, because there are some certain demographic that.
So the point here that some people are happy and some people are not happy. Abi?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the argument?
No, but the ratio now is the point now. The ratio of that happiness is the point now. You're saying that the people that he gives appointment and maybe the people that are family to those people that he gives appointment, those are the people that are happy in a country of 200 and something million people.
See, how many family you figure?
How many families?
I am speaking those people. I'm speaking those people to make a point that they are Nigerians. Just because you are not happy, which you have the right to, doesn't mean everybody is not happy. So those who are happy, even though not two people, they have the same right that you have. Unless you are hungry, they beef them.
But that statistics does not make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. That okay, in his cabinet now, or the politician or the people that he gave position, let's just assume that, let's say, okay, the last time that he went to Dubai, I think they said he had like almost 1,500 entourage that went with him. 1,500 from a country of 200 and something million people. No, no.
How many people vote for him out of that 200 and something million?
Okay, good. How many million votes? Obi got 6 million votes. Hold on, let me see how many million votes.
The point is that.
So let me even use that his votes now as okay. Go ahead. Let me check.
The statistics you are trying to give it, right? You know, support your argument. There are few people they happy with him, right? And it's the first remain and now few people vote for him. So I don't understand the confusion here. He got 8 million votes out of 200 and something million. So if 100 people are happy, I think
out of 8 million, 100 people are happy out of 8 million.
That represents the ratio in terms of where you are going with it. As I said, everybody cannot be happy.
So yeah, so Obi, so Tinubu got 37% of the vote. So out of that 37%, 1%
7 people
is
are
happy.
7%
1%.
Okay,
is a lie. 7, even if 7% are happy, so 30. No, now it doesn't make sense. That is a very poor statistics.
See, you are taking to another game. We are not talking about poor or how well he performed. That's not the question we are talking. We are talking about are people happy or not. So you are saying everybody is not happy. That's not the true. That's not the true representation.
Only 7% people are 7% is happy out of that's poor. Very, very poor.
That's what I'm saying. So now at the time you say the guy he get credit, I mean he get A for performance. See, that's what I'm saying. Until una begin to approach things the way they are, nothing will move. That's why the leaders they move the way that they move. You they see APC clearly now ADC now offshoot of APC. Now
that one I agree with you. ADC is clearly an offshoot.
I'm not saying
and that's why if like you said, if Peter Obi had still stayed as an independent candidate, I think that would have even made sense.
That be the thing.
Yeah, that would have made
about moral integrity, the country, beauty. That's how you build countries. Stand your ground, stand firm. So when you see Tinubu, they don't go France, go London, go Kuwait, una go the verse. Like so it's just at times the way we see things is so the point now, I'm not saying they should not form alliance, not competition. That is allowed, right? But when you bring moral into the standard and performance, no, they are not going to perform more than those APC. All of them are the same. Now the same club then they, as I said, now winner and loser separate themselves.
But would it have been possible if he had stood as an independent candidate, but still have that coalition with ADC?
No. That's why I say now greed, now power they want. See, if me and you want make our households better, it doesn't matter who head the house. Exactly.
Yeah, it matters though. It matters who head the house. Yeah.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah,
So
if you have a riffraff heading your house, that would be disastrous for that family.
you know you don't get my point.
Okay.
So who is riffraff in this case? How do you know who's a riffraff? Exactly.
If I tell you who is a riffraff now, you say that I'm angry. Meanwhile, I'm not angry. But continue.
No, who's that? Let me know who's a riffraff. I mean, we're having a conversation. I don't know none of these people. I don't
Tinubu.
know any of them. Now, how is he a
Tinubu.
riffraff?
Huh?
How is he a riffraff?
We can see his antecedent now that he has become president. There's nothing, even there's nothing he has done that we can say, okay, this is somebody that is this is somebody that they praised as a, what did they call him that time when during the election? Um,
I think again, you are making a big mistake. Right? As a president, what is your job?
to be able to bring like minds that want the country to grow, to be able to bring innovators together.
Your job
Because
is to
the
delegate.
president does not do anything. He
Your job
just
is to
delegates.
delegate.
Mm-hmm.
Right? To
Mm-hmm.
delegate and what? To delegate how the resources go evenly. Is
Yeah.
Tinubu not doing that?
No, he's not.
Tell me one state where they complain. Say they don't give them their own share.
Giving them their share and monitoring how that money is
Oh no,
being dispersed.
that's not his job. That is not his job. It is your job to monitor that. You as a citizen. That's not his job. It is you as a citizen to pay attention what is going on in your environment and raise alarm. So don't put your job on the president's head. That's not how things work. So that's why they always talk here, say, politics is local. We are focused on the wrong thing. Bola Tinubu is doing his job. He's making sure every institution, every parasister gets what belongs to them. That is his job. So no one state they complain, say you no get what did you do. So it's now remind for you to say, okay, what is coming to me as where do I belong as a citizen? What state am I from? Where's my consequences? Am I getting what I'm supposed to get? If I'm not getting it, why? You don't go there. So you go sit down and if they give you opportunity, you go sit down in front of Tinubu. I know they get what you're supposed to get to. He go just laugh. You know why? Because he go say you don't know what you they talk. So again, until we begin to fight at the level they all break down into the common man understanding, we would fuck the wrong fight. So that's why when you call and reflat, you know we no get anything I say. A billionaire will come and invest in that man that you're calling reflat. So who wise pass? So, and again, I get what you are saying. Why you cannot win that kind of argument, why you don't have power over that, it is because it's a party politics. Now, party, they throw up a candidate. So, instead of us to trash the president, trash the party.
But the president is the head of the party now. Once the president,
yes, but you cannot do anything once a party throw out a candidate. That's your choice. Either you vote for her, or you vote against her. Abi? So that is the danger of focusing on the president. You don't have a choice who they throw before you, a riffraff or a stupid man or an idiot. You don't have control over that. That's the danger. That's why when people they fight your Papa knows, I look at them like, what choice you have? You had the choice between him and the other guy. So come next year, you will have a choice between the riffraff, the OB, or Atiku in this case. That's your choice. That's why I try argue that days when somebody say, somebody is a good man. We need a good leader. Like, what's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of saying he's a good man? I won't give you money. You give me money. You give money to invest based on his father. I'm a good man. You wouldn't do that. So why would give you office that you are coming to manage my resources based on the fact that you are a good man? So it is and again, party throw up candidates based on the readiness of the people. You understand? That's why they go shove candidate into it. You don't get choice, you must accept them. Because you are not organized. So even at the opposition, they are not organized. So now they will battle now. Who get the candidates for another 6 months to a year? Eh?
What do you talk? Sorry,
I said they would battle, they would fight for power now within the party for another 6 months to a year.
That this ADC.
Yes, because they are not organized.
They'll be so stupid to do that. Because time is not on your side. You only have this 2026. In short, you only have this.
Have 2026. If I
yeah, exactly. I was about to take back my
you
words.
never know where you never put your followership. Never give them sense of direction. You don't lose now.
I think you just have only now till March to be able to. That's the party ADC need to organize themselves and know who is going to be the flag bearer or the runner.
April, that's not going to happen. Because again, you have to now look at the personalities that make up ADC. Because when they shine ADC is as if say now human being and be ADC. if to say they give everybody appointment, if for the APC now.
Yeah.
So all of them they be losers.
Oh my god! I tell you, so only they give L5 position, like for not even they talk.
So now opposite of waiting they talk, now for the talk.
Yeah. So that's the only reason for all this our conversation where we just talk now. That's the only place I agree with you is that Peter Obi should have just been an independent candidate. That's the only thing I agree with you. That I see reasons. Yeah.
Just imagine the L5 on the campaign for Obi after all said and done. Well, but it is the game. They want a shame. After all, they don't give the followers ultimatum. You either follow us or you are not obedient. So you see, they don't then they work on their emotion to the point that now you don't get choice.
Yeah.
Just as you did now, you don't get choice. You either come with me with Baba, or obedience will break your heart. Like it did before.
But funny enough, even the 2023 election, I wasn't even see the only thing I would expect from the only thing I want to see from Obi that would make me say, okay, I can follow the bandwagon of Obi, that's ADC, is I want to see what your plan is if the election is rigged. Or better still, how would you fight for the vote of your people that will come and vote for you? How would you fight for that vote? That's the only thing that's the only thing I want to see. Like, how would you fight for that mandate of the people?
That is the whole point. Why Info no join ADC. So you won't fight. So that means Atiku, everybody go join you fight. When they know say they own are just to wait for the next 4 years.
So that's just my because there's no way that's why I always ask if our leaders have this retrospective of every activities that they do. We know what happened in 2023. We know how the system was rigged. We know how. So are you willing to fight for that vote? Nigeria has not gotten to that stage whereby you would want to form gentlemen when it comes to politics.
You know why you cannot fight? Because all the institutions are linked. You understand? So they understand. So before the INEC, before whoever they get INEC take that decision, it knows a agreement across the board. That's not what they happen with that.
Agreement across the board for what?
That's
for
how
a national matter. What are you agreeing across the board for?
No, but then be the national matter. Just say now you count. I see. Look, see, I know. See, this is not. I understand. We want because this 2020 election. Now my last stage to actually size all the power broker up with that. Come when they announced Tinubu as winner, I said, okay. I say, okay, see, I did pay attention to say, okay, let me see the reaction for people that matters. Oh man, everywhere quiet. I was like, okay, this is the agreement, ladies and gentlemen. Go now, go sit down.
Exactly.
So that's how you get. So when you see that's why you go see by the time they're done, or after all set and done, just go through the personalities that surround each candidate, right? Then you can size them up, what they can do and what they cannot do. Don't push come. Now you go tell no.
So for you now, you've come to that reality, right? So that's why you're speaking like the way you're speaking. So for me now, I still want to give a benefit of a doubt. In as much as when that thing happened in 2023, I was waiting for the reaction of certain people. And I got that reaction from Peter Obi when he said that they shouldn't do anything, they should keep calm. For me, I felt like he made a mistake there, but no problem. It is what it is. He has companies, he has things that he's doing. He doesn't want to get.
So what do you think is going to change this time for him?
So this time around, if he doesn't, if he doesn't do anything, then I know that the country is finished. Like, okay, it is what it is. Because I want to believe that right now. And funny enough, I understand you. Even I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday, and the person was saying, okay, today, January 1st, the tax stuff would kick off, right? And he was expecting that Nigerians would come out and protest about it, and you understand, do what they need to do. But the way it looks like now is that everybody has come to terms with it. They've all probably agreed that okay, it is what it is.
It is now. That's what I'm telling you. See,
but I'm still hopeful that I'm still hopeful that next year, February, when the election would hold, that if there is any hanky-panky or anything from the other side, that people would revolt and stand for once in their life. They will be able to do that. So I'm still looking forward to that. I'm still hopeful that something like that will happen.
You know, say now turn by turn. See, that's another way they set themselves up for trap. They set themselves up for that turn by turn narrative. Right? So even if the election is rigged against the current sitting president, the North will not join you now for a madness. You know why? There's an agreement.
Okay.
That's it. So so you see, so that's already they don't talk like the mood of the country is the turn by see.
So if it now happens during when the North is in power, would they expect the South to join them?
It depends on who is looking for. See, all you need to do is just to people who are looking for power. Now you go factor in. Forget the people. We already they know we are not organized to that level for us to carry anything I want. So look at the leaders. So if it happened during your term, just look at our own leaders, our southern leaders. Come, they talk as if saying here 2023, all of them 2022, all of them the 17 southern governors gang up together and say the presidency must come to the south. So this is not just
it came to the south, but the thing is that it didn't come to the south in the right way.
Because
everybody know who they voted for.
No,
like
that's not the northern problem. That's your personal problem. Deal with it. That's why I thought they no go join you now. It doesn't make if I be there, I no go join you now. Does it make sense?
Then that means you're not a country now. Then why are we fooling ourselves why do everybody come out and shout Nigeria, Nigeria? We are not a country at all. See, funny enough, you're making sense, Ovie. You're completely making sense. But I'm not trying to. After reasoning everything that you're saying now, then we are not a country. So why are we deceiving ourselves
Oh,
that
all
we
these
are a
things why they
country?
try tell you all this why. You think I don't know what's not they talk.
Because what you're saying, because you can also see that even what was his name, Hassan was saying yesterday when he was saying that the South um do their skits and try to paint the North in a bad way, and he was kind of biased towards it. In as much as whatever the South does in terms of skit is actually what is happening in the country. So, but because
Yeah.
he's portraying you guys in a bad light, you feel like what he's doing is wrong, which did not make sense to me yesterday. So if you're not saying this in politics that the way Tinubu got into power was rigged, but did not care because that was a gentleman's agreement that you asked for somebody from the south.
Not that no. It is not about the North is not. Now una problem now.
No, it not should be our. It shouldn't be our problem. It shouldn't be the south. It should be our problem. When I mean our, the north, the
Yeah,
south,
but
the
see,
south, the everybody's problem.
you see why it was this English way would they speak maybe our number one problem. Eh?
What do you want me to speak?
You just say na agreement. It is an agreement
But if they are, but we know say APC
hold on
was a
first.
okay.
Hold on first. If na agreement already, you don't agree say na two countries in one. That is the implication of that.
No. We not agree saying na two country in one. We agree saying na just one country. Not
Yeah,
just one country we get.
listen. If we get one country, that will not be in our vocabulary. Now English we they speak now. We don't understand
What
the
will
meaning
not
of
be in
the
our
word that we use.
vocabulary? Wait, no, what will not be in our vocabulary?
Turn
What will
by
not be
turn
in
will not be in our cover. It will not be in our consciousness at all. What is turn by
Hmm.
turn in one house? Just like you and your husband say this month to go do that. Like does that make sense? So we are not one, even from that phrase alone. But people are too damn dumb and stupid to see it.
Okay.
Hold on. Now one part of the country come out. The 17 governor came out publicly. This will not be rumor. It is not 36 state governor that came out to say it. So sit down and internalize that for somebody to come out and say that. What is he telling you? Now two sides, whether you like it or not. Now you just that's why we deceive ourselves. Because in our action, in no represent. That's why we no feel progress.
Okay.
So
Fair enough.
it's
Makes
just
sense.
all this guy. That's why I laugh most time. I go just to see people they try be like, it is written year before us. Obi self admit to it. Obi say he go do only 4 years. What does that mean? Constitution say you have the right to run for election 2 times.
2 times. Yeah.
So he is speaking to the gentleman agreement that they had. Not us. They had it. He was part and parcel. That's what he was telling you. So you can't expect after the election of 2027, the sitting governor Reagan, you think if I be other person, I go sit down and follow now. Are they mad? I'm waiting for 2031. Mona can't make noise. So most of these things, just because we like with this, that's why I thought say, no society they choose person because he good. What do you mean he good? Are you coming to spend your money on us? No. You are coming to spend our resources, so that is in distribute our resources, not be your own resources. Why should I say you good? No, there should be a law and order. Strictly. So man, so once you listen to their rhetoric and their move, you will not go to waste your time. They say this person, this no. So we go since I like the fact that you said you are still giving that benefit of doubt. If they know nothing happens in 2027 there, I like that.
Yeah, you know, like I told you the last time, I told you that I had a change before the 2023 election. I was of the opinion that everybody should go their separate ways. That was just my opinion. And that was my belief, and I stood by it. But later on, things happen. That's why they say you change is constant. So you'd have a different mindset towards things. And I was like, okay, even these words that everybody look up to, they weren't this beautiful like this. They had to go through different processes to be able to get to where they are. And even them getting to where they are, they still have issues and struggles, and they are still trying to find ways to better their country. And I had
So
a
you see what
different.
you see the game the Northerns are playing.
Hmm.
Well, if I'm just reading minute to this will be move, the game the Northerners are playing, just as you are alluding to, now the south of top by south, it is obvious it's between the souths, right? Now they won't leave out for them. So now whoever win, no, they don't care anymore. That person will do
So
four
are you
years.
trying to say now that Atiku would not
No,
be
I'm
in the
just saying on the
ballot?
broader picture now, right? On the broader scheme of things, right?
Mm,
To make sure that turn by turn agreements, right? It goes
mm,
smoothly. There
mm,
again another reason for them not to come and fight if Bola Tinubu win the election or if we beat the election. There's no point. You understand? Now 4 years,
mm.
right? Since that's one, two, maybe again a fear will be the fear, right? Because if to say the country explode in 2023, it is saying now all this one we they talk, so now we go to talk. Eh? He go carry on for head. It will be the arrowhead, right?
Mm.
Of the so I think he's scared, right? That's why they were able to talk him to go just
And then
stay
that
with
means he's not ready. He's not ready to be a politician. Now. He's not ready to be a president because.
if to say the guy ready,
Mm,
another reason why the guy because me, I'm not criticizing Obi because of in a human being. I'm not waiting human being. I don't know in the position where they go for what he warrant. I don't care him. I don't know him as a person. If to say na person will get mine, right? When Tinubu come at us a Milo con,
mm,
had the guts to from Muslim tickets. My
mm-hmm,
guy, na Igbo turn o.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
May let the country burn.
exactly.
That's the energy it doesn't have. So that's why I
Yeah.
say this guy. I go come and na Igbo turn.
Mm-hmm.
Even in whatever language I want to speak, let's go. Let's hide the tension.
Mm. I agree. I
So
think for me, even what even pisses me off with him is when he always says, "My brother, my brother."
I don't see anything on it. See, I like his style. I just like his style, but just as if
No, no. When you
it's
have
coming
that,
at the wrong time.
no, okay, there's difference between having that style and be ruthless underneath. But you having that style and be someone who is a chicken liver person, it's two different things entirely. To me, it doesn't make sense. It just tells me that you're not ready for that
Yeah.
position that you find yourself. Even when he was saying something like, when he gets into power, that he's not going to look at the past to persecute those who have.
Can't look at you can't do that now. How you won't do that? That's what that speak to the
So
point
are
that
you saying someone like Showora will not do that?
they will not get there before it got there. Ain't no go feed one.
No, let's assume that someone like Showora was to become president.
Uh-huh.
He wouldn't look at the past to hold people accountable for what they did.
No, he can't.
He can't.
No.
Why?
That's what I'm saying now. Now government now, no be the government, no be private company per se. In other words,
So how do we now have
hold
that
on now.
accountability in the country?
Hold on. In Nigerian case and Showore,
Uh,
before he become president,
mm.
he has to form an alliance. He doesn't have what it takes to go solo with a movement and take over power. That's how Nigeria is
Okay,
constituted.
forget about that. Let's assume that he gets into power.
Hold on. I am saying
Mm-hmm.
that because in go form alliance,
Mm.
there's 100% chance if he won't begin prosecute the past, those people that form alliance with will be implicated. You understand?
Who cares?
So now, okay, imagine.
No, who cares?
No, be say who cares. You know, go fit do and be that now. How you want
Why?
That's what I'm saying. Not power. You guys should study power.
Yeah, that's more reason why you are powerful if you are able to do that.
See, I'm telling you reality. It doesn't work like that. If as I did now, I support what's it called? Showore, right? Now he don't become president, right? He want to prosecute the past. What if the past now my godfather? My life is at stake. So is yours. So that's what I thought. These are real life things. No be as they forget say they shy. No be Trump there. So how many people if he prosecute? He can't. Because now government, now the way they take the way they take formal, now consensus. Now consensus. So all those shout, na normal thing. You don't shout to get away. Once you get okay now, just imagine, okay, let's Obi win presidency under ADC. Who are going to be your ministers and the rest? Nobody then they exist, so they may refine them, all of them. They are them now. What do they want to do different? So these things are for when it comes once you theorize an issue, then try to practicalize and see if you can see where it's possible.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
You never understand power. You never understand, especially in Nigeria. Nigeria are 3 countries in one. You cannot do it. Yeah, I don't know how it is. You will just come out, take power. How? How you want to do them? Then you have the House of Rep, House of Senate there too. You know, listen to Buhari. That's not be everything you go fit do. You can't. So that's why I thought that's why I thought we should stop insulting these people. Instead, just pay attention, study them. They are not stupid, I swear. God, they are not stupid. You see, this is our parents, oh. That's another thing. These are our parents. They are not. No, what I mean, they are not strangers. They are not strangers. So they understand us. So we should also understand them.
So I completely disagree that somebody can come in, someone like Showore can come in and become president as an independent candidate and become president and persecute the powers that be. Yeah. And somebody has already done it. Someone like Teddy Roosevelt came into power and persecuted JP Morgan and John D. Rockefeller and changed the trajectory of America. The America that we love today was because of Teddy Roosevelt.
Hold on. You they flatter yourself.
No, not to flatter myself. I know what they talk. That somebody can do it.
Can you listen?
And someone like Showore can do it.
Oh God. I'm just listening now. JP Morgan today, no be easy they run things for America.
But he break in power. I guess he run power, but he break him. Before, JP Morgan was more powerful than the entire America. So for the fact that JP Morgan is running America does not mean that he's more powerful than the entire America.
Now they tell you that's not the problem with that. Just like
what is the problem?
Hold on now. Just like what is Trump breaking America?
Is Trump doing what?
Breaking America, breaking the structures and the powers in America.
Yeah, kind of. He is sort of. He is.
So is he the one that is doing it?
He's using the power that is vested on him to do it.
Exactly. So now the point why they try to tell you be that, right? You understand? The work has been done. This is the direction we want the country to go. Then we want somebody that will come and be the arrowhead. So it's not a one-man decision. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's why I thought, forget Showore. It has nothing to do with Showore. Show me the people he wants to use to accomplish it, that I will see yes, he can or he cannot do it. So what Roosevelt did, that was 80 years ago, is what is happening today. If you follow me for the damage as they talk, America, they go through cyclical cycle. Every 80 years, all the institutions have to be overhauled. and change the direction of the country. It is not one-man mission. Now, which I won't try to make you understand with that. Sowore is not there. It doesn't even have the consensus that we agree with him to do that in the first place. So all these things now see, I they always talk study your country politics. They are two different things. Two freaking different things. Especially at that center level. You know, there's so much you can do as president. There's so much you can do. Forget with everything we media they tell you. Nothing. So the president shape you. You cannot shape the presidency. That's pretty much. Once you understand that, then you get it. You understand what I mean. The American presidency will shape the president, not
Be
the
right back, but I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Okay. So the change that we are looking for is not going to come like a one man as we talk about. That's a fantasy. That's why I thought say TV media. That's what media made us to understand that there's one messiah, one person will come. No, that's how it works. Especially in Nigeria, like country in Nigeria, there no people will set out like that, even though it benefits just few, but there's a reason why they set it like that. You cannot just come to power and begin to do and do without you having the go ahead from those that structure the system. Show what they talk like that because they far from power. You understand? When you are coming closer, you will begin to shape the way you talk. Don't listen to Obi now. That's what power is. Like, because they in they far. So now his strategy be that it's not coming from money, his movement is barely anywhere. So you have to bulldoze your way by insulting everybody, because that's what the young people like. And that's why me and you see they talk about them. Anytime you start to do like that, we go forget them. So revolution doesn't happen because one person say he won't change things. That's just basically it. So that's why they have to make the country split in bit, politically speaking, either Christian Muslim or the big tribal made them stand on their campaign on that level, made them compete. We know say if we give power to Igbo man, the whole race is in trouble. If you not perform, you understand. If we give it to a Christian, you guys better behave. So I think for me, let's make the boundary obvious and walk along that line rather than they deceive ourselves. When you go come as president, your vice president has to come from another place, another region. Your Senate president has to come from. So how you want to do everything? How you want to change?
Is that not what we have now? The president is from another region. The
That's why they want
vice
to change this now.
president.
They have to just resort to feeding themselves now. They not be changing, so they have to resort to the chop the money. They know before you carry out the change like that, we go benefit everybody as you want. Then go start.
Yeah, we need somebody that would do that, though.
Again,
we need someone that would carry out that change, that would starve each and every one of them.
Not talking of somebody. We need a group of people, a generation. It's forget somebody. Somebody know if you do anything. Nigeria is too complicated for somebody. That's not how Nigeria says. Nigeria no be small country where want somebody they come. And it's not and again, talking about Roosevelt, it's a two political system. In other words, once you become a mandate of one party, now half of the country be that, which is the point you are trying to make. That half of the country will be happy with the policy. You understand? So who tells you if Obi become president and half of the country give a mandate? So our country, all these leaders, because that's how they win an election now. They have to run along religious and ethnic line. And once you get power along that line, you cannot do anything. You can't do anything. So, or we start gradually. That's why I thought they come. Start gradually. Go take over your locality. You go see. Before you know, we catch up. So na kaba, na group of people. When you hear all these magazine down of China, you have to go read the struggle. You understand? Say, men are layers, they are people, right? And now if you say that Showore is a better it has the blueprints, right, to bring out this thing where they talk, I go agree. But that blueprint has not been developed. Why? What do I mean? It has a political party that me and you can say, okay, it's not, it's different, right? Let's put it that way. But he has not been able to develop that party.
Okay, Ovie, I'll talk to you later. I have to
All right.
drop for something.
Okay.
Nice talking to you. Bye.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, which now my frustration about show will be that if you actually want to change the country, you say, make people say all these things that you're talking about, you actually do it. Develop your party, because if you win Nigerian presidency via your political party, it sure them will come with a lot of other powers, other elected officials that will fight with you. But you are not developing your party, then how do you want to change the country? It becomes a question that nobody want to answer. So when people quick to go to India, use this person and this, yes. My Gandhi went back to the village and raised soldiers and raised believers and conscientize people, said this is the goal. And they went to work. So Obi has if Obi really want to change this thing, therefore if I go meet Showore may give him party run, that would have been a different case. You want to change the country, you want to go change you want along the people that who are not be saying that then destroy the country, they are still destroying, they are still beneficiary, all of these people that you are forming coalition with. It's going to be interesting as things goes. But they obvious how Bola Tinubu go to win if the way that they go, so they go make it so obvious. Anyway, the game don't start. I don't be the shout all these years. Make them go organize. Let them start doing something. They no agree. They are waiting for Obi to set a direction. He has now. He don't carry on a go jam a bigger party. So una go collapse, una value, una believe, una program, una policy with that of Atiku and the rest of them. Erufai, Atiku, Erufai, Amechi. So now the blueprint we will see with that. We are not going to see obedient policy anymore. We are going to see a policy that is full of all kind of characters.
8 persons confirmed dead. Of course, there will be more. They will never cross over to any other new year in their lives. More than 8 families are grieving now because of a government which, even with the help of foreign country, can still not do anything about insecurity. And the annoying thing is that they say this was after security report has reported that they were going to attack. In the southwest, the son of a traditional ruler was kidnapped. In Nasarawa, people went into where they were doing wedding and kidnapped and killed people. Security is still very much, insecurity is still very much with us. So what is he celebrating the new year? And I'm sure he is staying in one hotel in one European country, frolicking with the foreign presidents and coming to speak from there.
Well, we don't know what
his speech is as alien as where he is now.
We understand that he's supposed to go for a summit. Let me go on and tell you in UAE
how this government has become destructive.
Yeah, before that, about security. What do you expect, especially with the intervention, in fact, they said it was a cooperation between Nigeria and the US with that bombing in Sokoto. What do you expect in terms of the outcome, having an end to terrorism?
Good. First of all, there is no cooperation between America and Nigeria. There is a compulsion from America. They're 2 different things.
Compulsion?
Yes.
Can that be?
If you do not take out these terrorists, who will come gun a blazing to do it for you. What else can speak to the eloquence of the incompetence of this government?
No, but Africa,
for the first time in Nigeria, a foreign country will now come to help to save Nigerians from Nigerians.
Yeah, that may be the case. But what about when AFRICOM says themselves and several other people, even the Secretary of War, all of them say, look, yes, Nigeria did cooperate with them. So they didn't say it was
that is what I am saying. After the threat, Goodluck Jonathan brought in foreign people under the sovereignty of Nigeria, and they took out the terrorists. 6 weeks to the election, they postponed the election, took out the terrorists, and we had the election throughout Nigeria. That is cooperation. But after the threat, so, you know, before the threat, you know what Tinubu said? I will do this, I don't care what Donald Trump does. He made it in public statement, and I'm like, what are you saying? Then Donald Trump now did something. And Tinubu, hey, sir, what do you want? Give me as president. It is ridiculous. Let me tell you.
Did you say that?
There is nothing wrong in cooperating with any in order to solve security problems. But in this case, they are giving instructions. You chief of the armed forces in President Trump, not Tinubu, because Tinubu admitted it. Because he allowed America to come and do.
So you don't agree.
Before Tinubu,
wait, you don't. Nigeria gave
doing
US
to the whole African countries what US
Nigeria, from what their statement is, they gave help to actually
No
carry
longer,
out that.
To the pretense of Tinubu,
no longer
America confused me. America confused Tinubu to have done. Politics.
Okay.
That's a lot to take in. It will be
I'm not going to
ABC. Congratulations in order here.
I think I remembered telling you in this studio that ADC is the only option for all opposition leaders. And I made 3 predictions. I said PDP, LP are dead. APC will implode. 2 have been completely settled. PDP, LP are dead. APC is already cracking up and will implode. That is why Tinubu is forming a committee of reconciliation. Do you reconcile what is okay?
They are planning ahead now.
No,
it's normal.
Reconciliation.
Reconciliation, because it's better to plan before the
call
quarrel.
It planning committee. So you are
plan reconciliation before the quarrel starts.
The quarrels are already committee. The quarrels are academic state by state. Is just because of time.
Okay, so let's go back to the ADC.
Very good. Oh, beautiful ADC.
Then now,
yes.
Are you going to be working together?
Now, let me tell you. The Southeast obviously have ADC state. ADC geopolitical. The Southeast? What? Oh, one dear man, Nanigi, ADC Wusonunde, oh, one dear man, Nanigi, Kaige, oh, one dear man. Now, let me tell you.
Why they don't give P2B that presidential ticket?
Let me tell you. Anybody you see in ADC, allowed to get into ADC on one condition. You must be a true Democrat. One thing ADC will not compromise on is internal democracy and living on the tenets of democracy. No leader, no opposition leader was allowed to give conditions before entering in. Because we want to exercise discipline. So that is why everybody took their time to come into ADC, because we want that foundation to be solid. Now Southeast is gone ADC, like I said, they will. Any other politician who is not in ADC, who wants to do any other parties working for Tinubu?
Are you working?
It's as simple as that.
Are you going to work with P2B? Because remember the last time.
We want with every ADC member. Whoever emerges as the presidential candidate of ADC, I will work for the person.
Even if it's P2B?
Why not? Okay. But I said this so many times. I don't have any personal rift with anybody. I am saying that when you come as a group, you bring your people as a group, you have more bargaining power. Southeast now has more bargaining power in ADC. So for the interest of our people, we must cohere and collaborate with other regions.
Even if P2B doesn't get that presidential ticket,
yes.
Even if it's someone else who gets it, the Southeast will still support that person.
Why not?
In your view?
Why not? P2B himself said it in the X space. He said, look, he's going to work together with every ADC person in order that the best will get the job. In democracy, unfortunately or fortunately, the best becomes who the people choose. That is the principle of democracy. Government of the people. ADC kaigeso,
So
that's what's going on now.
What should the people expect in terms of ADC's method and style? Are they going to zone the presidential ticket to a particular area, or they'll make it free for all?
Now, I am a member of the NWC. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. I am aware that we have not made any statement as to zoning or unzoning. And so I am not qualified to talk on that. But we have made a statement on internal democracy that we are going to organize free, fair, and equitable primary election, giving all aspirants level playing field.
Well, Mr. Keyamo thinks otherwise. He thinks the ADC is afraid to zone it because the party is owned by one man, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. So that's his perspective. And if that becomes the case, he will say, but I told you so.
Well, I think Keyamo should concentrate on the people that pull out the breast openly in open aircraft, and he has done nothing. He should concentrate on people who, the APC singers who come and obstruct the airport, and he did nothing. He will concentrate on Adam Soshomolo, who blocked airport, and he did nothing. I think he should concentrate on those things. That's not poking his nose in ADC. No, they say remove the log of wood in your eye so you can see clearly to see the speck in another person's eye.
Isn't it the same way you predicted that APC would implode? So yes, he's given his own perspective too.
You know what they say? They said ADC was dead on arrival. Before we even started, they say we are dead. I was one who came out and said, how can something that is not born die? So you can see how we are flourishing on arrival.
Dumebi doesn't agree.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Dumebi Kachiku said, he doesn't agree with Obondioma.
Then he is in Obondiojo.
He says that you people are Bondiojo because
he said
because he says first of all that this whole coalition, he says it's illegal. Let's begin from there.
Very good.
He says you people came in through the back door. You are not the real people that own this party. They are the ones that were there. You came, bulldoze the place, and think that they would lay low and watch you do what you're doing. Right. They say they are going to be a thorn in your flesh. You're not going to be able to succeed.
Now, let me tell you, ADC loves everybody, including Kachuku. And we want everybody, including Chamberlain and Kayla. Good. But the truth here is that ADC has been in existence from 2005. I heard about Kachuku the first time in ADC when he himself bulldozed himself and became presidential candidate in the last election with his maybe 5,000 or 10,000 votes. So the issue here is this. What is he in ADC that will make him to give instructions? He's not a member of any executive at any level. Now he has been expelled from ADC. He does not have the local standing to talk about ADC. The only thing he can go to court now is to contest whether it is legal or not, his expulsion, before he will even come to start talking about ADC. So when you want to tell me about ADC, let it be members of ADC that you will talk about.
And it's not only him. There are so many people that were in that party before all of you came in.
Sure.
And all of them are very upset about everything that's going on. They're saying, look, you're not...
You call it bulldoze your way.
Yeah.
Kela, I don't know where you got your information from. But I'm aware that the national chairman of ADC, Ralph Nwosu, is the one who voluntarily relinquished his post and all the national executive members, and then admitted men that they believe are men of substance that will build the Nigeria of our dream. Have you seen him complain?
So Ralph
you
Nwosu
try and withdraw that statement that all of them.
Ralph Nwosu.
I just gave you. Can you name other ones?
Ralph Nwosu created this party, right? He was the head of this.
Thank you.
Now,
the founder,
yes, but he didn't
the
want
national chairman.
Hold on now.
He
wasn't running a political party by himself.
He
had people that were working inside.
Sure.
Now, Dumebi Kachiku and other people like him say that when Ralph Nwosu made that decision,
other people like him,
when Ralph Nwosu made that decision, that they were not carried along. Dumebi at least says he wasn't carried along.
Okay.
And then you want him to be okay with that. If someone did that to you, you would not be happy with that.
You said he said, and they said. Yeah,
how about this one? So, you know, Nafiu Balago.
No, that everybody, including him, was consulted. We do not leave.
So what did he say?
We did not leave anybody.
Did he agree?
Behind.
When you consulted him, did he say okay?
Very good. In law, fair hearing means you are given an opportunity to defend yourself, not whether you came to defend yourself. We mustn't agree in all things.
But at the moment,
so he was given the opportunity.
He was
consulted. I know you must have heard that a certain Nafiu Balagombe has gone to court to challenge the interim leadership of Senator David Mark and claiming that his appointment alongside the secretary, Raul Faregbeshola, violated the party's constitution and the internal democracy process. So they say they will fight it to the end, that team, they are all imposters.
Yeah, that's still news. I treated this particular issue on this seat with Kelamegwa.
But it hasn't gone off yet. The case is still
a lot of things are in courts. Some have lasted 15, 16 years. There's a case I'm handling from High Court. It's now in the Supreme Court. Started from 2008.
Not this type.
To us, we won it in Court of Appeal, and now they are in Supreme Court.
But this type of matter, in other words, you're not bothered by this kind of case. Whether you could even go against.
The court has no jurisdiction to interfere in internal affairs of the political party. It is settled. And you're saying one Nafi, do I know him?
You don't have to know him. It's
good. That's what I'm saying. Everybody can go to court. There's an open door. You know what? ADC will one day on my
But how do you think that Nigerians will look at all those in the ADC now? For instance, if Peter Obi does not emerge as the flag bearer, the presidential candidate, there's a group of his supporters who think, listen, there is absolutely no way that we're going to settle for anything less than the presidential ticket, not a vice presidential ticket.
Good. Look, when you're moving into election, when you're moving into primaries, people say a whole lot of things. Sometimes they say it as bargaining chip to know whether you can concede to them. These things are normal. I mean, I even heard when they were saying they will never enter ADC. And thank God they are all in ADC now.
No, we're talking about his supporters.
You know what I'm saying?
Voted him.
That is what I'm saying.
They can't enter ADC.
Hold on, I voted him. 2023. I'm in ADC. I believe in democracy. And I believe that democracy is the government of the people.
So you think all those other supporters will eventually follow your path?
Absolutely.
You know that there's a dynamic with Peter Obi where he has
people that follow the path of democracy. Because if you decree that this person must be this, no matter what happens, you're not a Democrat.
So that's the dynamic that people are aware of. The fact that Peter Obi's they are called obedience. They don't belong to a political party. Their political party is the man. So if you're banking on bringing them, they're not going to join the ADC. We saw that with the Labour Party. Many of them didn't join the Labour Party. They just voted the man himself. Ready to handle.
Well, you know, when I was in Labour Party, I made a mistake telling your followers they can join all political parties. And I'm very glad that my brother Peter Obi, has changed the tactic. If you listen to his interview on X Space, he said all the obedience should go and register. So if you are an obedient and you're not in ADC, sorry, you're not an obedient. You are a disobedient.
That's a very interesting way to put it. Okay, well, we want to see if that actually happens. Now let's talk about this year. One of the questions people have about the ADC, yes, we recognize all of your faces. However, are there structures in the states that can give you the kind of victory that you say you're going to get? You don't have a single governor. You don't have, I think you have one member of the National League who's also among people that are angry with the party as well. Yes,
Which
because
party?
The ADC, the lawmaker from Kogi.
No, that one has been expelled.
Oh, okay, he has been expelled.
Yes, no,
well, he says that expulsion.
He said he's working for Tinubu.
Yes,
openly.
he said he's working
anti-party. He doesn't even need to. In a country that has shame, he doesn't even need to come and say he's ADC member.
So the point is,
we are not PDP.
They are looking at the fact that yes. What structures are in place.
People, we are not transgenderic in ADC. It's either you're ADC or you're not. You can't say you're PDP when you're APC.
But you don't have a lawmaker right now that is on your side.
I'm sorry, you're wrong. Senator Ireti Kingibe, senator from FCT.
Has she defected to
You're not current, Kel. I'm sorry.
So she left the LP.
All the Southeast legislators, Aberibe, all of them are in ADC. You know what? As the days go by, ADC
will start to swell.
And APC will be going weaker and weaker, and we're stronger and stronger.
Another criticism that you have,
until we enter the Aso Villa in 2027 by the grace of God.
State
very
structures
solid
to help you win.
Yes.
You don't have a single governor.
Yes.
Where's the money going to come from to run elections at all those levels in all these states?
All right. First of all, let me dissuade your assertion that money is only what you need to win elections. In 2023, we won 12 states, including FCT. We didn't have a governor.
That's Labour Party.
Yes, we didn't have money. We got members in all geopolitical zones, 6, including some states. And that is the technically glitched election, technically glitched results, which if it had not been technically glitched, we would have gotten more. No other party got more than 12 states. So, coming now in 2027, where the whole coalition opposition leaders are coming into one, APC is gone. Tinubu is gone back to Bodilon. What happened in December 31st in Southeast has just made Tinubu now, the flight has taken away from Abuja and is nearing Lagos.
Is it not going to be an error or an error of judgment?
Yes.
If you're planning how you want to win based on the outcome in 3 elections.
Yes. How can it be?
Dynamics have changed.
No, for the better for us. We are in one party. Assuming 23 in 2027.
You assume that vote is still there. That block is still there.
It's only with your experience that you will add in your experiment and make your expectation come to pass. It is only the antecedent that you use to project. In America, when they're talking about presidential election, you will see them judge from the past election. So whatever you're going to judge in 2027, you must relate it to the past election. Tinubu got only about 36% of the votes, the minority. So if you combined P2B and Atiku's votes, that would have given them 13 million votes as against 8 million doctored votes of Tinubu, gotten from technical glitch.
That's amazing because the same election sheet, the same election results that came from the same organizer, you said the person who was doctored, the other 2 were not doctored.
Yes.
So they deliberately doctored one and left the other 2.
Okay, now, in Lagos, Tinubu's hometown, we won. In his DG's home state, Plateau, we won. In his national chairman state in Nasarawa, we won. In FCT, he couldn't get 25% and jumped up to win the election.
Yeah, well,
in Lagos State, PDP spokesperson, not LP spokesperson, say we won by almost 1 million votes. Of course, we didn't have agents. That was our bad. That was our mistake. And that is why the coalition, working together, is going to sort out all those things. And all those logistical problems will not be there. And Nigerians will celebrate polling unit independence. If you are let me state it clearly, don't go near INEC to seek job there. If you go to a polling unit and not declare the result and transmit it electronically according to the law, if you do it, that is civilian coup against the will of people.
What if there's a glitch?
That is felony.
But there can be a glitch.
No. you would have declared it. If there is a glitch, you have just glitched your life there. But don't glitch anything.
But we're all in the same country where sometimes we see glitch by
no
by itself.
Glitch cannot happen that you have 3 elections at the same time, using one machine at the same time, beavers. And glitch will not glitch senatorial election. It will not glitch House of Rep election. And it will go and glitch presidential election.
The main test of the
you have just glitched your life.
The elections in February, you know, the FCT AMAC elections. So with Iweti Kingibe, a member of the ADC now, you know, we'll be seeing how the ADC will show.
Test yourself.
In that election here in Abuja.
You know, not really making excuses for ADC. We are going to participate. But let me state it clearly. All the candidates there, we are not put there by the David Mark-led ADC. The candidates had already been there before we even came in.
For the FCT elections?
For the FCT election.
Okay.
Meaning, so that's settled. Meaning that we are going to campaign. But meaning that...
You will lose.
No, I'm not saying that. But meaning that if we had come in, it is possible some of the candidates wouldn't have been our choice. And I want to be very open about it. So do not judge us by what is going to happen in February. And I'm talking about the David-led ADC. But that does not mean we are not going to do our best to campaign.
So your best might not be good enough?
No. The best of the candidates already there.
It's not about the candidates or about the party.
No.
Those who are supporting the party.
No.
The Democrats, like you say, in the party. Pull your weight and let's see what you can do.
These two things go hand in hand. I can guarantee you that in 2023, it was not a vote for party in Labour Party. It was a vote for candidate.
I've told you what
the same template.
No, I said generally, candidates matter. Generally, parties matter.
APC.
So, but when the two of them are sophisticated, working together, you produce the best result. So I cannot guarantee you that I will guarantee you that APC will do its best and may win some of the councils may on the line.
But they may not perform as you may expect.
May on the line.
Okay.
May.
People will say you've already thrown in the towel.
It's not possible. We are, let me tell you, we are going to do our best. I am somebody that will tell you the way it is. I'm sorry, but that's my nature.
All right. We'll see
I like
how,
this guy. This guy
that one plays out, and then the build up to the big one, because this year, I mean, whether we made it or not, the build up for 2027 will be this year.
That is the election that you would judge us.
Northerners don't come to power.
Any election that is coming after the David Mark-led ADC has come,
position,
you have the right to judge us.
An appointment for the.
All right. We'll see how all of that plays out. So thank you for coming on. And again, all the best for the year.
Thank you.
We're back in the moment.
You see the strategy. I want to run governor, so it's taking the long route. I like it. You know, get money. God says, let me go let me take the long route. Let me leave Tinubu for now. Go with Atiku. I'm playing the long route. If they don't come to power now, they'll come to power 2031. And once they come to power, they'll look my side. I think it's a good calculation. I be Lucifer, how you see how? It sounds like a workable deal. Who did Dr. Damage they do show? Well, I don't know. Selective outreach on Nigerian roads, the untold cause of the damage. These people don't start, they don't start. Now road they won't blame, Abi. Now won't blame government. Now blame government tire. The driver is in jail by now, they don't arrest him for driving recklessly. When I there, they blame roads. My problem with not be everything that they use anger. They do. Of course, you have the right to be angry of the situation, but by now you have time to also process it. How do you stop it from not happening again? If you don't deal with the cause, they find convenience. You guys listen to this man. They talk anyhow.
I am your friend, Dr. Charles.
I'm better hustler. I like the guy.
Happy New Year. One of the major events that happened recently is Peter Obi joining the ADC party. Now, I want to look at the Labour Party, Peter Obi, the ADC, and Atiku. Sometime in 2018, I met Governor Olusegun Mimiko at a lecture in the Sweet Spirit Hotel organized by the Nigerian Christian Graduate Association. And he spoke eloquently about his Abiye medical project, world acclaimed project that gained recognition. And I saw a passionate nationalist. And I spoke before him. He subsequently demanded for my contact, and he called that he was coming to visit me. He did visit me in Ogeli, and we went to my king at Efronto, and he subsequently invited me to Akure during his declaration for the presidency of this country under the Labour Party. And I gave a 5-minute speech and subsequently came back to Ogeli. Later, he invited me to, I'm saying this because of the Labour Party. It's a long discussion. If you are not interested, you can tune off. He subsequently invited me to Akure in their minds and galvanize Nigerian workers. It would have been like the Labour Party to support the Labour, and they eventually decamped from the Labour Party. They were a big disappointment to the obedience. Now, Obi they betrayed the trust here and there because they had seen the entrance of the obedience into the Labour Party as an opportunity to gain relevance and even make money. The other thing that happened in the Labour Party was that all those who used the shoulders of Peter Obi to climb into power, into the Senate, into House of Representatives, into Houses of Assembly, apart from Governor Alex Oti, they betrayed the trust of the obedience. They either became mute dogs who could not even bark, not to talk of bite, or they became very, very docile and were more interested in their pockets and their bellies. And they eventually decamped from the Labour Party. They were a big disappointment to the obedience. Now, Obi could not have depended on the fragmented, quarrelsome, disorganized Labour Party to win even a Senate seat. My very good friend, George Mogalu, contested under the Labour Party in Anambra State for governorship.
If now because this which drama you use, the problem in APC Labour Party. I want contest to Nigerian problem that is so obvious now that we are divided along the fault lines of civilization. Anyway.
Recently, and he lost, even though Obi is from Anambra State. Now, Obi could not have done anything tangible contesting under the Labour Party for presidency. So Obi joining the ADC and his declaration at Enugu attracted a lot of political heavyweights from the southeast and across party lines and from different parts of the country to welcome him to the ADC. However, people like me are worried about the strange bedfellows he has gone to meet in the ADC, even though many of them were with him in the PDP. Now, the question is, do we blame Peter Obi for joining the ADC? You could say yes, but I would say no. He is a politician. I'm not a politician. Now, if you were traveling with a Rolls Royce to a hospital or to an important event that threatens your existence, and the Rolls Royce breaks down, and then a Camry car, Toyota Camry pencil light, drives by to pick you up to your destination, would you wait for the Rolls Royce to be repaired before you travel? Definitely no. You will enter the pencil light car, even if the driver has body odor and mouth odor. You will bear until you reach your destination, particularly if it is an existential threat.
You see, I don't say this man na politician. That's why they wonder why people they listen to him. They take him serious at times. First of all, the 2027 election is not existential. Obi win, Obi no win, or the country go continue, nothing go happen, nothing go change. So, see, right there, he knows he's a very intelligent man, so he know what he's doing. So that's one point. So if it's not existential, your Rolls Royce your spoil for road, you call for road assistance, you call for a mechanic, whatever it is, to get it fixed. Then you move. There's a reason why you are going with Rolls Royce in the first place. So the man is trying to be clever here, but I don't
And so when the ideal is not available, you make the best use of what is available.
not in this situation.
Now,
Try again. Maybe this
party
kind
politics in Africa and in Nigeria in particular is really not based on philosophy. It's based on using the machinery to reach where you want to go to.
Yeah, they may see how foolish it sounds. So how are you going to develop the philosophy? How are you going to the point that you have a philosophy? If at every juncture you face trouble, you just abandon and then you jump the necessary road. I mean, that's the problem what I get with people like this who has benefited so much from the system. Now they talk rubbish. we don't our politics, Africa, Nigeria in particular, politics is not based on philosophy. I agree. So how the fuck do we get the philosophy? We won't go buy them for market. This is how you build a philosophy. This is what exactly what I talked to Lucifer about. Obi should go on his own. That's something. How do we build our country? How do we develop our country if not via the institution? Political party, the political process, these are all the institution process in which build develop a nation. So you say we no get a philosophy, we no get ideology, no get ideology. Yeah, we don't have because of characters like this. Jumping from one place to another, how you go to get philosophy? That's why at time people when they listen to this man say, I question their IQ.
Let me now talk about the ADC. The ADC has a lot of political heavyweights, but with a lot of baggages and historical precedents that are not necessarily the ideal that Nigerians and maybe the obedience want. So, but the ADC has a lot of support, shadow support from what I am gathering from my sources. People who act like pillars in different parts of the country that still control the loyalty of a lot of fellows,
How do you
both
see
in
that?
the APC, PDP, and now ADC. There are pillars who control a lot of followers and have a lot of leverage that are supporting the ADC in the background. They have not come out.
Oh, bullshit.
But the way the nation is going, people would want an alternative to the APC.
But that we don't have
Now,
alternative, fortunately.
the fragmentation of the PDP will provide a platform for those who have not joined the APC. So you might see a lot of ADC politicians, PDP politicians, realizing that the virus that has that has weakened the Labour Party is virtually destroying the PDP, and they have some political strength. They will want to align with the ADC to achieve their political aims. And so we might see a situation where the ADC will become very strong before now and 2027.
Good Lord.
Then, one other thing that will happen is that the Apoki theory, I'm a social scientist, I have a master's degree, and I'm an A student, maybe best results in the graduating class. The ADC might suffer from the Apoki polythene bag theory.
What's it?
Every polythene bag has a certain weight it can carry. When you exceed that weight, the tensile strength will give up and it will tear and it will leak out or spill out some of the contents. And so that's what happened in the British Empire. It became too large. The Songhai Empire, the Mali Empire became too large. The Soviet Union became too large. And with discontent and hardship and scarcity and rumblings, they eventually tore. I believe that the PDP suffered the same fate when it declared itself as the biggest party in Africa, that they will rule Nigeria for 100 years. They ignored the Apoki polythene bag theory, and it split apart, and the fragments are being mopped up by the APC with Senator Akpabio making fun of them. So the APC might have its own crisis. Those who will not benefit from the primaries and whatever would decamp to the ADC with time. However, the EFCC will become a tool to scuttle that party, the ADC momentum, because a lot of their candidates who worked under scrutinized and being serrated, it might cause a panic in the party and weaken the ADC. But before 2026, there will be a lot of court cases, adjournments, bills granted, and that might not be very effective. Only a few of them might end up in jail because it's like kettle calling pot black. Now, the next thing is the Atiku factor. Bobaka Atiku had been vice president before. And I think that a lot depends on him because he's also a political heavyweight. The results of the last elections, even though a lot of people believe that they were manipulated, which is quite obvious from revelations from places like Rivers State and the antecedents in Lagos State, show that Atiku scored higher than Peter Obi. But he did not win seats. If you add the votes of Peter Obi and Atiku, the total was far, far higher than that of Tinubu and has a bigger spread. Now, the APC has zoned the presidency to the south. The PDP also zoned the presidency to the south. But Atiku did not follow the zoning. He picked, what's this man's name again, my governor before? Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, as his running mate, contrary to the agreement the PDP had. And it was now a battle between North and South. Excuse me, a triangular battle, North versus South, South versus South. And Tinubu was declared president by INEC and subsequently by the Supreme Court. So would Atiku allow Peter Obi to become the presidential candidate of the ADC? Will Peter Obi have enough resources, particularly since he does not give shit, to influence the primaries for him to be candidate? I want your opinions. The next thing is that will Atiku put national interest uppermost beyond his ambition, personal ambition, and support Peter Obi to become the presidential candidate of the ADC? I want your opinions. If Atiku supports Peter Obi to become the presidential candidate of the ADC, it will be a very, very tough fight between Tinubu and Peter Obi. Remember, Peter Obi defeated Tinubu in Lagos State in one of the elections before the political gerrymandering and gangsterism and everything that happened. So, Atiku holds the aces, and those who are the shadow supporters of the ADC should come out strongly to decide if Atiku will step down, let Peter Obi, who has a followership spread among the Gen Z generation, to run. And the bargaining chip might be Peter Obi will be a one-term presidential candidate, so that when the presidency of the APC will be zoned to the north, Atiku can then get the presidential candidate slot for the ADC. However, all these calculations will depend on how President Tinubu handles the issue of the economy, in particular, the way he handles the economy, the tax laws, how the people will react to the tax laws. You remember Kenya and tax laws? You remember what is going on in Iran because of economic decline and the value of the naira? It will depend on the way he manages insecurity.
They don't start to deceive the people again. All
To
those
a
things
large
don't count in
extent,
our
it will
politics.
depend on.
And so now they deceive people against Buhari, they still end up pulling out because now people like this, now them be the problem. That be the problem. They manage the young people's emotions and to some extent the way of reasoning and thinking. You know, Kenya wait for election before they carry out what they did. Iran they wait for election now. It's over. Now it's the same boy if Atiku we step down and be given opportunity in 2031. Or this I like these people, yeah. I like this. How do you wait? This now the obedient intellectuals be this, I should say. I think this is one of the intellectuals. But he's as stupid as every one of the Nigerian intellectuals you can think of. Why? I like their style though. I like their style because I listen to Pato Tomi. I laugh. So on one hand, Pato Tomi they push age discrimination. That if you are 70 years old, you don't have any business being an executive, right? So that's a good way to campaign against because now the internal campaign within the ADC, you know, all the various power brokers and influencers among themselves, we have to craft out a narrative. So the routes at which they are taking, they work. Because he's saying, on the other hand, the part of me, the advocate of age discrimination, I will put it that way, for 70 years old not to come too close to executive power. But here we are, this one, they thought they make Atiku step down for Obi, so that by 2031, he'll be 80 years old. He'll be 80 something years, if I'm not mistaken. Then that time, the voice of 202, I mean, whew, what an interesting time, though. I would say this ADC calculation will work out. I'm really, really interested.
On the way he manages insecurity and the way he manages his relationship with the Western world.
Yeah, that's why when they talk, say I am not a politician, and I don't say I'm obedient. Now they are guardians. The guy, I don't know, Shao. I don't know at times. Most of the time they go share in clips. I go see some it make sense. I go say, okay, the day I go serious, okay, make I sit down watch. Make I watch a few interviews. I was like, what the fuck, man? How Nate they follow this man? It's so obvious that the guy game tight. So yes, he is obedient they can play. I think I guess right. I understand. And they're intellectual with this. So I don't understand the way they talk say Bola Tinubu economy, but like exactly as she put it, Kenya went to war for the attacks. Bangladesh, Iranian are going through. When they wait for elections, not to. So these are the intellectual. These are the problem of the country. Now then they mold the young people's mind. Now then be the motivational speakers. Yeah, I'm not a politician. Or I'm just an economist. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Ah, shit. So I don't know how it's very difficult to listen to the man, but it's okay.
Slot for the ADC to become the presidential candidate of the ADC. Will Peter Obi have enough resources, particularly since he does not give shishi, to
Doesn't
influence
have the
the
resources
primaries
compared
for
to the
him to
guy.
become the presidential candidate? I want your opinions. The next thing is that will Atiku put national interest uppermost beyond his ambition, personal ambition,
And what is the
and
national
support
interest?
Peter Obi
That's
to
the question.
become the presidential candidate of the ADC? I want your opinions. If
Nothing. That will
Atiku
not happen.
supports Peter Obi to become the presidential candidate of the ADC, it will be a very, very tough fight between Tinubu and Peter Obi. Remember, Peter Obi defeated Tinubu in Lagos State in one of the elections before the political gerrymandering and gangsterism and everything that happened. So Atiku holds the aces, and those who are the shadow supporters of the ADC should come out strongly to decide if Atiku will step down, let Peter Obi, who has a followership
Amechi go do.
spread among the Gen Z generation.
Amechi go pull off Tambawa's Tambawa skill. What did Tambawa do weekend when the camp for when the camp for Atiku? Now waiting Amechi go do. Amechi go do Obi with that. If they get to that point, yeah, go decamp straight for go say me delegate vote for Atiku because he needs he wants to be the vice president on the ticket. With that. I don't know. And again, which kind of primaries they want to? Say now open primary. Their own national interest is Atiku should step down for it will be now their own national
to run. And the
will
bargaining
never
chip
learn.
might
Say
be
politics,
Peter
man.
Obi will be a one-term presidential candidate, so that when the presidency of the APC will be zoned to the north, Atiku can then get the presidential candidate slot for the ADC. However, all these calculations will depend on how President Tinubu handles the issue of the economy, in particular.
People will get economy, the economy.
The way he handles the economy,
I don't know why we not
the tax laws, how the people will react to the tax laws. You remember Kenya and tax laws? You remember what is going on in Iran because of economic decline and the value of the naira? It will depend on the way he manages insecurity. To a large extent, it will depend on the way he manages insecurity and the way he manages his relationship with the Western world. An undue inclination towards France will anger Nigerians because they see the French as exploiters and subjugators of African nations, more especially now that there is a rumor that a French consortium is going to be involved in the collection of our taxes. A lot depends on President Tinubu and Atiku and the international community. The current arrests of people who served under Buhari and prosecution is another key factor. If seen as witch hunting the ADC candidates, he might lose support in the north. He might lose support
Who are those
in the
people
north.
first? Now you go talk.
One of the key factors the ADC will campaign with is that those who were in the PDP will say that the economy was much better under the PDP. They will say that security was better in the PDP era of the PDP, that it is APC from Buhari's time till now that has plunged us into the quagmire of insecurity. They will name those who they consider as sponsors of terrorism who are in this Tinubu cabinet.
Why these people?
Tinubu must act fast if he is to stand ground.
Buhari come on. Buhari
And
no mention
then
anybody. Why on this?
a lot can still happen that we cannot predict. As of today, the ADC is the only formidable alternative that is in Nigeria. And I hope that the best president will emerge in 2027. My permutations might be very, very wrong, but these are the things that crossed my mind. In all, Nigeria kò ní bàjẹ́. Let's vote wisely. Let's defend our votes. Let's speak to INEC, because INEC is another deciding factor. No matter how you vote, if INEC decides to play abracadabra, the results will be far different from how you voted. I must not forget the judiciary and the security forces.
The presidency
They
is the
have been instruments that have put us where we are now. When police officers, security agents stand aloof, when rigging is going on, when the judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court, passes judgments that are against natural cost of justice, then all the monies and all the efforts in 2027 might end in futility. But the spirit of Nigeria is stronger than all these fellows. Nobody knows what.
pity for the followers of this. They are trying. They mold the young people's mind to rubbish. So on the one hand, una they pray me Atiku step down for that so that they go get compensated in 2031. On another hand, una the campaign say age should be a factor to serve as executive. I mean, what a what a what a what is strategy, I must say. What is strategy? Expose how Wike push for more money through supplementary budget ignited fresh clashes with Fubara. All these people. Let me see. How many hours we don't do today? 4 hours. Come on. Don't forget in the morning you see day for yourself. Oh no, it's not. Who did that? APC done the APC done they by all by these people, small. Say APC don't they buy them. I mean they come buy me I don't work for free. I'm working for free, man. So Pato told me say, Kai, these people, when I listen to them, I say, Kai, what is that Tommy's grammar?
So, a little advisory from experience, as somebody who has been watching this space, and I'm sure you as well, when it comes to the era of politics, because very soon INEC is going to come out with their timetable and schedule and all of that. So you'll see primaries, post-election litigation from primaries. That's a nuanced statement. What you can help yourself to be able to sieve out what is important from the noise, because there's going to be a lot of political noise and hot air coming through because the build-up has already started. Well, somebody who has seen this as far as the politics of Nigeria is concerned, he understands the politics and he understands the economy, is my guest tonight. Let's bring in my guest, Professor Pato Tomi. He's a political economist and the convener of the Big Ten. Prof, thank you so much for coming on the program.
It's a great pleasure.
Yes, Prof, let's start with the immediate, the one that happened yesterday. So let's talk politics first before we build on that to other issues within the time we have. And you were in Enugu State when Mr. Peter Obi finally decided that ADC is the destination of choice for him ahead of his ambition to run for the office of president in 2027. And as I said at the very beginning, this has generated a lot of reaction. I don't know why controversy is all over my lips. A lot of reaction as far as that movement is concerned. So, first, are you part of the ADC now as a person? And what do you make of this defection of Mr. Obi?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, the work that has produced this ADC started quite back. And if you listen to Chief Raf Okenwosu, who was chairman of the ADC, when he spoke yesterday, he talked about how he and I have worked for years to make this happen. He talked about how I was the first presidential candidate of the ADC. And since that, in 2007, we have been working strategically to bring about this moment. Mr. Peter Obi was in on this conversation from get-go. He didn't defect yesterday. We've been working at what will work to ensure that Nigerians are brought together under one tent. If you listen to him, he talked about inclusion, everybody coming together, because that's the only way we can make progress. Forget politicians who think that all they need to do is grab power and everything is okay because they are okay for a moment. But the country is not in a position to really seriously work together. When you have the kind of divisiveness, the kind of exclusion that Nigeria currently is, economic progress does not take place. Forget about 4% GDP growth. You get spots here because oil prices went this way or that went that way. Real growth doesn't take place without peace and a clear direction brought into by all, working together to ensure that we get there. So About a year or two ago, a group of well-meaning people began to meet. I was there at the very first meetings. We met in Nigeria, we met outside of Nigeria, and these conversations continued. It is this conversation in terms of how the Southeast and the South-South, to an extent, get their act together to be part of, that was unveiled in Enugu yesterday. This will continue to progress until a very inclusive all-Nigerian initiative to rescue Nigeria takes place using the ADC platform. I mean, if you recall, in 2022, before the 2003 election, most of the work that some of us did was based on trying to bring the labor movement, not the Labour Party, by the way, the labor movement into this process. Those meetings took place in the office of the president, the then president of the NLC, Ayuba Waba. I chaired all of those conversations. It was supposed to be the ADC and 3 or 4 other parties, SDP and co, stringing together. But at one of those meetings, my friend, Femi Falana, SAN, suggested that Labour cannot be watching some renegades run away with their party. And it's important to go and retrieve that party and make it the base. It was as a result of some consent judgment obtained by Femi Falana SAN that we did what eventually happened in 2023, make that party the basis for engagement. Obviously, some of the parties didn't keep to the terms of that consent judgment. We began to slide down, and the idea of having to create that kind of platform came up again. And this led to the meetings that have produced what is now going on with the ADC.
Prof, between 1993 and 2026, politically, there were 2 outlier moments. 1993, we had I think the Muslim ticket, the MK Abiola, but Nigerians rallied around the SDP and gave it victory, even though the military did what they did, we're sure. We now, they have apologized, although there are no consequence for that action. 30 years after, there was another outlier moment where a party without any governor, any structure, came third by the INEC declaration, which is Peter Obi in that election. 6.1 million without any structure, as against Atiku Abubakar 6.9, and then the president 8.7 million. So, Prof, where I'm going to with my question is that if you listen to some of the members of the ruling party, they say they've perhaps learned their lesson that it's not going to happen again. Now they have 28 governors in their fold, about 76, 78 senators in their fold, over 260 House of Reps. Remember, if we go to a House of Assembly, there's loads of them. As we speak, ADC has not made any strong inroads as to winning any significant election. So, politically, how is this going to work?
You make a profound point by going back to 1993. Thank God I was a significant actor in all of this. In 1993, the party that generally had the establishment in its favor had Tofa and somebody that's very dear to me as his running mate. But the Nigerian people assess the situation and recognize that the best interest of the people, the ordinary people of Nigeria that will advance the common good of all, was that led by Chief MKO Abiola. There was a debate, and I tell people very often that they ignore what really democracy is allowed to flourish. There was a debate between Bashir Tofa and Abiola. Most people who watched that debate decided, okay, this is a done deal. Bashir Tofa cannot run Nigeria. That's how the tide went to Chief Abiola, and that was a defining moment in Nigerian history. It had nothing to do with structure and this and this and that. It had something to do with the belief of the Nigerian people. In 2023, the same thing happened. All the structure, all the whatever, suddenly collapsed in the face of people saying, we've had enough of this political class. We've had enough of these characters who are setting our country back. We want to take our country. Now, those characters who have strength in state capture ensured that the will of the people was prevented from coming about. They did everything. I mean, the evidence is all over the place. When you mentioned number 6.this million, I kind of laughed because every semi-intelligent person knows who won River State. For example, simple example, BBC has his study, his report, civil society had it. So when you say 6.this, 6.that, that's all gibberish. That's nonsense. We have an institutional capture of the Nigerian state that altered the will of the country. And God being the fantastic God that he moved all these people into one party so that he can sweep out of existence the current political class in Nigeria, which has humiliated the country, brought down the quality of life of the Nigerian, been so divisive that Nigerians are fighting and hating each other, something I didn't imagine possible in the past. So I would like all of them to defect into one party, whatever that party is called. And then the wind that blew in 93 and blew in 2023 will blow them all out of politics for the rest of their lives. Because the Nigerian people need something new. They need a new beginning. We can't continue like this. All our years are way ahead of us in terms of how human beings live.
So the big question is, Prof, the big question is, where exactly are we dealing? Because now, I think I saw a statement. In fact, there has been this back and forth between the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has not descended into the political arena and those conversations now, talking about the issue of zoning, that this whole thing is already planned, that Peter Obi is just going there just to become a vice presidential candidate. He talked about the zoning, that this whole thing is about Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar has been contesting more than everybody who is, I think the only person that has been contesting election as far as at that level, there's none. Even Bola Tinubu was contested as a senator and won when Atiku Abubakar wanted to be president. So it's been moving from one party to the other. He is saying that, look, all of this is about Atiku Abubakar, and that's why the ADC is silent on zoning. Even though he's speaking from the point of opposition and it may seem like a meddlesome interloper, doesn't he have a point?
He does not. But why he does not have a point is that I can tell you that Peter Obi will contest for the presidency. The day he becomes somebody's vice president, I walk away from his corner. I can tell you that for a fact. And secondly, something very important for this election to bear in mind. The Nigerian presidency has become a retirement home where people go for the Nigerian state to pay their medical bills. It is not acceptable. They don't have the fitness to run the country. The last one, the current one, have essentially been government in absentia leaders. I, Patutomi, I'm insisting that I will canvass to the Nigerian people that nobody over the age of 70 should run for an executive position, whether it be governor or president. Yes, a few people can stay in the legislature till they are 75, possibly even close to 80, but the Nigerian people must not continue to tolerate the presidency being where you keep people who need medical attention and are doing so at great expense to the Nigerian taxpayer, who is not getting the quality of service they should get from these public office holders.
Prof, are you indirectly saying, because what you're saying by implication means that people like Alhaji Atiku Abubakar should not have any business running for the primaries, because for you, first, is over the age of 70, so that is on the checklist, is out. Second, if he wins and beats Peter Obi, you're out as well. Is that what you're saying, so that we're clear?
Yes, indeed. What I am saying is because of principles. If you check my history, I've acted always on principles. And my principled position is that nobody over 70, and that includes me, I'll be 70 in 1 month. That means I cannot run for an executive position in Nigeria again in my life. And if I were appointed to one, I will not accept. I gave what was called a Shaman declaration on this matter recently. And if people want to remember what a Shaman declaration is, you know, there was a very popular Civil War general in the United States, probably the second most popular Civil War general fighting with Lincoln. He was so popular, people wanted to draft him for the presidency. And General Sherman said, I will not, and I repeat, will not accept any attempt to draft me, will not accept a nomination if pushed through without my consent, and I will not serve if I am elected. This is a patriot saying, I'm not appropriate for reasons for this office. And in researching the
Lucifer, I go laugh you. You see, I tell you, they try. Come and join me. Let's go, Baba. In a APC. So now you're beginning to listen to these people one at a time. You just begin saying that nonsense. So now he's pushing for age restriction, right? But again, they go advocate me. I think we'll step down for Obi so that they go support her in 2031. Shena is Atiku 50 years old. So that's exactly what I'm trying to say. They are trying to prepare him. They say they are speaking for the future. They are preparing the kids. They are bringing 10 together. But there is never a concrete blueprint, as you put it, Lucifer, to steer the direction of where the young people will go. Now, outside that, for the past 2-3 years, what did they do? Where they? He goes sit down for Washington DC. He sit down. They work for a former president of the United States Center, Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson Center is a think tank. As a think tank in Woodrow Wilson Center, they design policies for them. Policies the way go enslave us. That's where it works. Now waiting till they chop with that. But you will call me, call they talk rubbish. None of them get one class where they teach for any of the Nigerian primary or secondary schools. None of them get any symposiums where they organize for youth every year. None of them get any, just nothing. They will just come TV, they run their mouths.
Chairman declaration, because I wanted to make one myself. One of the things that I found was profound work on why many nations have not gone where, or polities where they should go. Ego, the ego of individuals. There's a nice book written by a fellow called Ryan Holiday. It's titled, The Ego is the Enemy. Political actors must be able to look at the big picture, the common good of all. At 70, I am flying back and forth to check myself out. I know I'm running low and all of that. I expect that every true patriot who gets to 70 should look themselves in the mirror and say, look, it's time to help my country in some other way. And that includes all the actors that are pushing to the front now, or most of the actors pushing to the front now, whether it's the incumbent or my dear friend, by the way, Waziri is a very dear friend of mine. In 2007, I wanted him to win the presidency. But circumstances of history have gone as they have gone. Egos
and you
see,
Lucifer, you see one of the, well, you see why the North, they always see these people the way they see them. Has he ever gone to the northern Nigeria and sit down for any of the classroom and talk about national development since they have the people, the Nigerian youth that are or start any class or anything. No. But they say they want to rule the nation. How? To give you the country to govern. Where you are, you know, those the other part of the country don't even know who you is.
The realities of biology are such that I should not be seen contesting executive office. I therefore yield and say I am father of the nation, and I will support people who can make it happen with my counsel and all of that, which is what I, Patutomi, is going to do.
All right, Prof, we'll take a break. When we come back after the break, within the time we have, I want you to do a quicker assessment of Tinubu's management of the economy. He constantly said in his speeches there was no other way than the way he had to do it. And it was quite clear. What I will do will hurt you really bad, but trust me, in time, you'll be grateful I made that decision. And he's sticking to that position because he's talking about consolidating on the gains so far. And the numbers from the macroeconomic level looks good. So we'd like you to assess it when we come back after this break. Welcome back. My guest is Professor Patutomi. He's a political economist and also the convener of the Big Ten. Prof, thank you so much for staying with us. Prof, let's talk about the things that the president has said. I had to go back to, he reeled out some of the, the economic numbers. He talked about robust GDP growth for each quarter. The prorated, annualized prorated is looking at 3.7% GDP growth. He's saying expected for 4%. They didn't do well with the crude oil production, 2.06, but they are doing an average of 1.4, 1.5. While the crude oil numbers projected to have been $75, but now it's about 60 or so. Inflation has come down, though rebased, and even the GDP rebased as well to 14%. But it has gone down about 10% or so. The exchange rate has stabilized around 1,400, depending on what you're looking at. They're also they're bragging right on in external reserve or foreign reserve. In that sense, although our debt is on the big side and interest rate is on the big side. So you understand these numbers better than I do. What do you make? Is there something positive from his management of the economy, and what are they doing terribly badly?
Well, Jeffrey, one of the terrible things about looking at economic development is that, as Americans like to say, there are lies, there are damn lies, there are statistics. You can say anything you want to say with statistics, and they will look and sound good. Look, the last 2 years I've been working on a book. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete it. My target was to finish it by this month, but all kinds of developments are pushed back. So maybe the next 6 months I might finish it. And what I've tried to do was look at why poverty persists in Africa, in spite of all these prescriptions of growth strategies. And one that is still so fresh in the minds of many of us, and I was a player, I was one of those who rationalized and justified it, was the structural adjustment program. Look, when adjustments, quote unquote, literally saved us from being asphyxiated by policies of the IMF and all of those who became debt collectors, for those who gave us loans that we should not have taken. And Joseph Stiglitz analyzes this very well in Globalization and Its Discontents. When they began to prescribe the policies of the so-called Washington Consensus, many of us, including myself, saw no alternative, spoke in the way that the present players are speaking. And we saw apparent growth spots from the fact that reform of foreign exchange system suddenly made trade begin to run and all of that. And we tried to explain why people were still poor. We used things like the J-curve to talk about the lag in performance that you will soon follow. You will see it. 30 years later, it is clear that structural adjustments set us back. And I can tell you with all clarity of mind and purpose, the pillars of development in Nigeria, like the educational system, were destroyed by those policies. To rebuild what we had as education when some of us were undergraduates will take us quite some time and a lot of resources. But this is part of the damage that statistics like they're throwing at you did to us in 1986 to 95. So let me bring people back to reality and thinking. One of the big issues around all these policies that have been thrown around, for example, is, oh, we need to increase revenues. Plus, we don't collect enough revenues. People don't pay taxes. New tax laws, this, that. All well and good. The international ratios of tax to GDP and all of that. The question is, are we thinking production? How do we produce? But back in those days, there was a fellow who gained a lot of fame with supply side economics, Arthur Laffer. And the Laffer curve was about the relationship of taxation to investments and growth. That reality of the Laffer curve exists. The policies that we're jumping around saying are great will prevent growth from taking place in this country. We don't have any clear industrial policy that will enable us begin to have real growth, and yet we are preventing the building of capital in our country. You go and look at Thomas Piketty, the French professor of economics, who writes about capital in the 21st century. And you will see that as we are unable to build capital, a few men in California, I joked about it at the WTO in Geneva in September. A dozen men in California own more capital than the continent of Africa. Do we have a strategy to deal with this? No. Tax the people. You just make the people poorer.
Prof.
People
Yes.
to do more.
Yeah. Prof. Umar, thank you so much. Economic conversations with you are quite interesting because of your wealth of knowledge. And we hope we can have more time some other time to explore it as much as possible. Because at the end of the day, it's the lived-in experience of the people that perhaps for developing economies is the biggest measure of progress, as we always say. But Umar, thank you, Prof. Thank you so much for your time. And we wish you the very best. Now that it's clearer that we have this direction in terms of the politics. Professor Patu Tomi is the convener of the Big Tent and a political economist. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on the program.
Pleasure.
Guest Honorable Leke Abejide is Chairman House Committee on Customs. He represents the good people from Kogi State. Honorable, thank you so much for coming on the program. He joins us from our Abuja studio. Honorable, Happy New Year to you.
To Nigerians, and very tired, but I'm here. I just came back from home.
We apologize. It's for the interest of the nation. It's part of your national service to speak to the people on this issue, especially now that your party, the ADC, has gained significant, what you call political stature, given the caliber of persons who have made inroads into that political party. I was looking at the numbers from the 2023 presidential election and the way journalists and every other person who does analytics of candidates and their performance do. When you look at the election, APC won, followed by PDP at 6.9, APC 8.7, 6.9, PDP 6.1, Labour Party 1.4, so NNPP. Altogether, if you look at it in percentage, these four parties took about 96% of the entire vote. Every other political party, we should now say maybe about 16 others or 14 others, shared 4%. And ADC fell among those 4%. Some of the persons who are part of the big 96% now are now in your party. Looks like in 2027, your party is going to give perhaps the APC a run for their money. Doesn't that excite you, Honorable?
Well, thanks so much. The analysis you have just rolled out is not going to be the same in 2027. All those parameters that made all those things possible, all those factors are no longer there. I want to tell you, Peter Obi got that vote based on religion and tribal sentiment. People, especially the northern Christians, believed that they would be in trouble if Asiwaju comes in as president. They believed that they will not have room to exercise their faith. But it's not like that today. You can see, even from the last statement from Bishop Kuka, you know that there is a different belief, a different notion entirely from what they believe in 2023 general election and what is playing out now. The way President handled the whole thing, they know it's not a religious bigot, and he does not believe in extremism of any religion, either be a Christian or Islam. If anybody is capitalizing on what happened in 2023 and calculating that if they put Atiku vote and put Obi vote, they're going to beat APC, it's just like the person is building castle in the air. So me, I still maintain my stand. The leadership of ADC today is in crisis, and until the court decides, nobody can say this is going to be the fate of ADC. To me, they are welcome. We welcome everyone that comes, but if you want to join, join properly. For example, the Peter Obi that went to Enugu. Enugu is not his state. He's supposed to go to his ward and register from his ward. Then it can be recognized. But if you go to zonal office and you register as a politician, this kind of politics is a new system to me. I'm a grassroots politician. So I know how it plays out. If you don't register in your ward, you are not a member of the party. That's how it is. But they are
This man, they find job. When I give her a job, may be call am, give her a position for in campaign team because that's a ceremony now. I go back to his village and register today or tomorrow, or maybe he has done that before that day. So that was just a ceremony and a symbolic one at that. That's the Enugu is the political power center of the southeast. So that's what happened. That's the symbol there. Just like when Tinubu go Abeokuta go see Emi local. But I understand, Sha, this man they look for a job. So the obedient, you should engage this man quick.
Come, and we'll see what is going to be the outcome of all these jamborees that is ongoing.
So besides your disagreement on how they are joining, I mean, whether they are registering at their ward and all of the leadership issues that you're talking about, I know that, for instance, INEC recognizes the leadership of David Mark. I can see their name. I had to go check again.
It was a mistake to recognize them. Properly. Okay, let me tell you how it was. You know, our constitution, I have been in this party, I told you, everything. I have been a member of this party. I've never joined any political party. So the last amended constitution was done in 2022. And it's there that you cannot hold national office except you are 2 years in the party. And not only that, if any political party amended its constitution, it must domicile it. This is a constitutional matter now. It must domicile it in INEC within 30 days. This has not happened. There was nothing done to the constitution of the party. I always hear people saying the court has no jurisdiction in political matters. The court has not. Yes, court has not.
Come. Mark close work. I'll be with you nothing. I'll see the listen. I got close here for you guys. Okay.
Okay, we don't want any photographic. We want to know what the people have for Igbos, and we will get it this time. I work with him, I'm working with him, and I'm sure that with three of us, others will join us later on. Others will join us, but we definitely will have a position for the Igbos.
Think about it. We have a nation that started off on a tripod. And of course, the Igbos are one of the legs of that tripod. And it is extremely important that we continue to play a very critical role in our polity.
We are discussing first about our party, the APC, secondly about the position of the Igbos in the polity of Nigeria, and thirdly, how it will be good for all of us. We have no alternative than being with the center. It's no longer an option. It's a requirement to the Igbos if we really want to move forward.
Give order. This is just everybody going to talk anyhow. Now the season with this, so they give order. It's no longer. It's a requirement now. And let's go to the
week after former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of Labour Party during the last election, Peter Obi, made his long-awaited defection to the African Democratic Congress. It is expected that the billionaire businessman's link up with other powerful forces behind the new mega coalition can, in the short, medium, and long term, realistically open the doors to genuine national integration and equal opportunities for people of the Southeast in Nigerian politics. And of course, Honorable Henry Nigeria Mbachu represents Awka South 1 constituency at the Anambra State House of Assembly. He joins us now to discuss the need for other geopolitical zones to partner with the Southeast during the upcoming electoral season. It's good to have you with us.
Yeah.
Why should other geopolitical zones partner with the Southeast?
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, very good. So why should other geopolitical zones partner with the Southeast in the coming electoral season, you think?
First of all, I want to use this opportunity to thank the political leaders in the Southeast. For the first time, they have actually started making political statements about the region. You know, Southeast has been like an individual effort towards getting the political positions available for one to get. But this time around, what happened on 31st of December 2025 was a political statement that is actually very, very novel, that everybody should applaud. One will say, even the other will choose to differ, that why Southeast have not actually achieved the two positions or the two offices that are present in Aso Rock since the inception of, or since creation of that Aso Rock, is because of the disintegration of interest among the political leaders. But we saw what happened that day. All the major political leaders from the Southeast extraction laid their weight behind the person of Peter Obi. You have to also understand that what happened in 2023 was an emergency movement, born out of hunger, born out of frustration of the masses, born out of patriotism, that people can say, oh, for the first time, let me participate in politics. We'll take that as creation of awareness, of that political awareness. But now, the politics of Nigeria are drifting away from religion and tribalism and going towards two-factor politics, either politics of the elite and the politics of the common. And we chose, in 2023, the common man, we chose to make that movement, make that statement in person of Peter Obi. And now, the dimension is going now, the person of Peter is going now, is harmonizing the stakeholder from the Southeast extraction to actually play the politics, negotiating for this power. Because as far as democracy is concerned, negotiations and politicking has to come in place. But if you want to look at Southeast, you find out that even the most of our appointees that have actually contributed their own genuine effort towards achieving the goals and objectives of the founding fathers of this country, starting from Professor Sisi Soludo, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Obi Ezekwesili. You look at the kind of people that we have actually produced from Southeast, even presidential material. But what happened? These people give it their best, and because of quote-unquote some unforgiving action that happened during our father's time, but this time around, we are saying from the Southeast, if we are to bring in our best in Southeast region presently is Peter Obi. Any other region can bring in their best. Can we do this thing as I have this process of electioneering that will come on, as if we are actually hiring somebody that will take affair of this country. If you're going to hire somebody to man your industry, you have to pass through rigorous processes of interviewing, and you will choose the best. I'm not saying that out of pity, Southeast should take it. I'm not saying that out of pity, Southeast should be given. Power is not given, power is taken. But I'm saying, for the first time, Southeast political leaders have garnered behind Peter Obi. Let another region bring in their best and show to Nigerian youths. It's about the Nigerian youth this time around, and that is what I believe. Show it to Nigerian youth, and we'll see who is better in terms of having equipped himself, in terms of pedigree, in terms of track record. So if we can do this, and we now said your own region has a better person than the person we have produced, who is Peter Obi, I'm fine with that. But as far as I'm concerned, 2023, I was part of the people that championed the Peter Obi's movement. And it has gotten us somewhere. 2027 is not just going to be business as usual. we are going to have only one opposition, and we are going to be contesting against the president.
Very good.
And we're going to have it.
Honorable Mbachu, if I may come in again, while the negotiations are going in, as you alluded to, they're going on rather. Now, the APC is also making inroads into the southeast, with some regional governors aligning with the ruling party. So how does your party, ADC, intend to overcome this scenario, as it were?
I can assure you that whatever APC is doing in Nigeria or in Southeast in particular, I can assure you it's a distraction if we start looking, we in the ADC start looking at them. Whatever they are doing is of no consequence. Our biggest hurdle now is to make sure that we'll have a very, very, very organic primaries in ADC. And after that primary, which I would suggest should not be monetized, we will now come out and say this is a presidential candidate. And I will assure you, for the first time in the history of primaries in Nigeria, you will see that ADC will grow from the primary election and still have that well-knitted unity to produce the needed presidency. I assure you that. But as far as APC is concerned, they should be writing the handover note. As far as they're concerned, whether they want to buy whoever that is available in the market, they should be writing their handover note. Because one thing you should know is that power we have today are gotten by the people. And people, according to our constitution, if they decide to change it, it must change. Because we in ADC, we are preparing not just to win the election, but also to protect the election, and also to protect the will of the people at every level, at all costs, that is within the confinement of the law.
Honorable Mbachu, you said the ADC should be organic in its functions, as it were. That means you should also allow other people to contest the presidential slot for the elections, as it were. But the impression being given right now, you know, with Mr. Peter Obi's declaration is that that is already a foregone conclusion, that the party is more or less angling for Peter Obi to become the main contender in ADC. But what's your take on this? Do you think to a large extent others will also be given that opportunity to contest within your party's process, as it were?
Of course, it's democracy. And one of the utensils of democracy that you will find available to play that is very, very important is the primaries. And I will say again, that organic primaries. What I mean by organic primaries is not the kind of primaries that we have, the conventional primaries we have been witnessing in Nigeria from APC to PDP, where people dollarize the whole affair. The money that's supposed to be used in project or in governance, they will come and use it in primaries. And after the primaries, the both party will look at the quantum of money they have spent. And because of that huge amount of money, none of them can forgive each other. And the party will tear apart. That has been what has been happening in opposition parties in Nigeria. And that was why our leader, Peter Obi, left PDP and entered into Labour Party. And you can see when he entered into Labour Party, the genuine Nigerians that actually wanted to save this country followed him up. And that was a movement. Now, we want to play the politics. What I'm suggesting is that we should have organic primaries. Organic primaries, everything has to come in place, even negotiation, even consensus, but nobody, I'm sure that even my leader, Peter Obi, is also preaching for that. Nobody is going to come and say that I am the emperor and this must happen. No, it's democracy, and ADC has been organized and wired by the nature of them coming together and the way that they're assembling themselves together. You can see what happened in Enugu. There has never been any political en route that involve multi-party, multi-state, one geopolitical zone coming together to say, okay, we are going into this party with you, my brother. So Peter Obi had that, and is enjoying that goodwill, and is enjoying the goodwill from every other part of Nigeria, because even Peter Obi himself is organic. And what we are looking for is all the process that should be organic, enthroned by the people. And that is only where the people that can say, oh, this is ours. And we saw that in Peter Obi, and that is why we are pushing him.
All right. On that note, we'd like to thank you very much for the conversation. Henry Mbachu, representative, Awka South 1 constituency, Anambra State House of Assembly. Good to have you with us.
We now have in the studio Clement Oloyede. He is the group politics editor of Daily Trust. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And you covered Kano for a very long time, and I think since morning, because I've been monitoring you, making calls left, right, and center. Is it true that Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and his godfather, former Governor Rabi Musa Konkoso, are on the same page in this voyage to move to APC, even though Konkoso will remain in NPP?
Well, thank you, Malamza, for having me. And I want to say, just like you said, since morning we've been on the matter, speaking to our sources, and I can categorically state that I've spoken to both sides, close aides to the governor and close aides to the leader of the Kwakwasiyya movement. And what I can categorically confirm at this point is that they are not on the same page.
They are not on the same page?
They are not on the same page. The governor has concluded to move to the APC with or without the blessings of his political godfather, that's Konkoso. And Konkoso has also reiterated his position not to join the APC, at least not on the conditions or the offers being put on the table. So they are both not on the same.
Are you privy to some of the conditions?
Yeah, well, not in exact terms, but the ones that are generally that in the conversation we've been having that have been coming up is one, the only guarantee that the governor's side is getting and seeking is the assurance of the second term for the governor on the platform of the APC. At the moment, you know that the party of the governor, the NNPP, has been having serious litigation, serious legal problems since 2023's election. And the governor's camp told me today that this is basically the number one reason why the governor decided that he has to make the move to the APC to guarantee his own political survival. But aside that reason, the other reason that has not been in the open yet, that they told me, though in confidence, but is they want
without mentioning them, yes.
Without mentioning them, but these are things I corroborated from 2 or more sources, is that they all along they had been infighting in the Kwakwasiyya leadership. And there are speculations. Of course, the governor's camp told me that they had it on good authority that the cabal, so to say, around Konkoso, had decided that the governor was not going to be given the NMPP's ticket ahead of 2027. I have not been able to corroborate it with the Konkoso's faction, but that's the allegation they are laying against the Konkoso's.
But it wasn't long when we had Konkoso, blessing and pressing the governor for maintaining the Kwakwasiyya blueprint, and then for not disappointing him in delivering dividends of democracy. Could that be political talk?
Well, from what I was just trying to explain to you, because I asked them that just what you just raised, that this is what we've been saying in the public, how can you say that the leader of the movement is against his political godson? But they told me that that was also what they thought. But the feelers they've been hearing is that there are some group within the Kwakwasiyya movement that are not happy with the progress being made in Kano, and that they felt that if the governor continues at the pace he's going, there are chances that he may overshadow the popularity of Konkoso as a person, and that may affect some people's ambition. Because, you know, the movement rallies around the personality of Konkoso, not around Governor Yusuf. That is the claim they are making from their side. But from the Konkoso side, I told you I also spoke to them, it's all about disappointment and the feeling of betrayal. People that spoke to me in the camp told me that as of this morning, when the Konkoso came back to Kano, returned to Kano.
He was in Kano as we speak now.
He's in Kano as we speak. He was disappointed. He wanted to address the media, but after some discussion with some inner caucus members of his caucus, he directed the state chairman of the NNPP to go and present the position to the media. And the position, for those that have seen the position of the NNPP, is more of appeasement. Because at the stage they are now, it's not a case. He knows that the movement has more to lose than the governor. The governor is an individual. He can go to APC, win or lose the election. He has done his 4th term. But if this continues without some level of measured approach, the movement will suffer the most. It will disintegrate.
You think the movement will suffer?
Yes.
How strong is the team following Abba?
Well, on the paper, is very huge.
Who and who, for instance?
From what I've gathered, the 13 members of the House of Representatives are with him. That's the caucus of the NNPP in the National Assembly.
Have we spoken to them, or you are trying to?
No, for now, we've not spoken to them, but some of the people that spoke to me are close to them.
Okay.
And they said they are together on this. In fact, a former member of the caucus who had left, that's the former speaker, who is now the representative of Bunkure Rano, that's Alassane Rorum, also told one of our correspondents today that he had a meeting yesterday with the governor, and
they are all going.
They are all going.
What about the chairman of the local government?
That's it. I'm going. All the 44 local government chairmen. That is the shocking part of the whole development, because those that know Kano politics know that all 44 local government chairmen did not get to that position without the endorsement, or some will even say the appointment of Konkoso. But all 44, from what we have so far this night, are on the same page with the governor. They are moving with the governor.
But what happens, because we have just a minute, what happens within just 2 years? How strong Konkoso was? Do you see the hands of Abuja in what is happening? Or is it that Konkoso refused to yield to certain demands, or vice versa?
Yeah, well, credible sources had all the while told us that Abuja attempted to woo Konkoso, and you could remember also that Konkoso himself showed interest in aligning with APC. But at some point, it was gathered that Abuja realized that the demands he was placing on the table were too much. They felt that it will make him too powerful. And don't forget that Northern power brokers are already strategizing themselves for 2031 to take over from President Tinubu.
In the event he wins.
Yeah, in the event he wins in 2027.
Because Atiku's, Obi's, Amechis are there.
But those in APC are assuming that the president is going to do 8 terms, and after then it will come to the north. So the powers in Abuja feels that if Konkoso gets all these conditions he has listed, the control, the structure of APC in Kano, not just Kano, the Northwest, major national appointments. He will be so strong, he will be the man to beat. And you know he is a very strong person when it comes to party politics. So that crumbled the initial talks. But we learned that the powers in Abuja reached out through the Progressive Governors Forum to the governor, and they've been the one discussing. And Konkoso, what I learned was that he felt slighted that the governor continued the
arrangement. Yeah, the arrangement
sidelined him and went through to the governor, and that's where
do you think he will have some advantage in Kano going forward?
You mean Konkoso? Oh yeah, of course. Konkoso is still the man to beat in Kano. It would be like,
and if he were to bring out somebody as his candidate, do you think he will give the governor Abba Yusuf a big fight?
Yes, but like we said in politics, nothing is guaranteed, because look at almost all the political parties. There's one problem or the other. Whichever party it decides, if it sticks to the NNPP, the problem is still there. But like you said, if it brings another candidate, it will be a tough challenge for Abba. But it will also be a tough challenge to Konkoso, because the Kano voters will say, okay, just 3 or 4 years ago, you were the one that told us to vote for this man. He has been doing well. You told us that he has been aligning with your
now
movement.
What changes?
What changes? Is it just because he moved to another party? Those are the questions that both sides need to fiddle with, and even the governor himself needs to also convince Kano people that we voted against APC to bring you to power.
Now you are going.
You are going. Why should we vote for you again? So those are the questions both of them need to be addressing in the days ahead.
Thank you so much, Clement Oloide, Group Politics Editor, Daily Trust, for coming and putting context to this very difficult political calculation.
Yeah, Kano is always like that.
Yes, and viewers, we tried to actually have Honorable Blia Ahmed Rurum, a key member of the Kwakwasiyya. Unfortunately, for network connectivity, we couldn't have him, but we hope by tomorrow we should have someone from both sides in Kano or here in Abuja. And this brings us to the end of today's package of Daily Politics on Trust TV. Join us tomorrow for another interesting edition of the program. From here, I am Hamza Idris. Good night.
As the countdown to the 2027 general elections gathers momentum, Nigeria's political space is already witnessing realignments and rising interest in emerging platforms. One party attracting growing attention is the African Democratic Congress. Now, with conversations intensifying around its structure, its reach, and political momentum. Now, on Daybreak today, we focus on the 2027 politics and analysis on ADC's momentum, examining what is fueling the party's rise, its role in the evolving political equation, and what it could mean for the road to 2027. Now, joining us in the studio for this discussion is Ibrahim Abdul Karim, Director General, Big Tent Nigeria, and also an ally to former Labour Party Peter Obi. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, viewers.
All right. Now, looking at the ADC, so far, aside from, I would say, Atiku Abubakar, we saw that he officially became a member of the ADC, and now Peter will be becoming the member of the ADC. We haven't seen so much momentum since the beginning of that coalition. Now, at this point, does ADC, do you think it suffers from, credibility gap? But aside from that, let us look at its current visibility and the result of organic growth. Do you think that it does have an organic growth or elite migration, and does the public care which it is at this point?
Thank you, Hawa. You see, when you're talking about politics and you gauge your mind towards what the elite are thinking and what the elite are saying, because you think the elite are the ones that are looking at the television, then you mishold the conversation. The conversation is about the poor man on the street who has been in a very bad shape for almost getting to 10 or 12 years now, and looking for a support. He can't contest, he cannot be the candidate. He's still going to work within that framework that is given to him for the democracy through an opposition politics for him to get who is going to be the next president. Definitely he's going to search within themselves. But what people are seeing and what people are saying is that we have seen a trend that democracy is in danger. Somebody has brought in a formula that he has used in Lagos, for example, to use it at the national level. So that at the end of everything, the ordinary man that is suffering today has one option to choose from, which in democracy, in opposition is very important. We have to have a space where we can give different, they say multi-party politics. You can get different people that you can now choose from. That one is just a referendum, for example, to say, I have done this for you, I have done that for you, I'm here. If you think I should continue to do a second term, vote me in. If I don't, then other people will come and do the same thing. So, as the saying goes, that changing politicians and changing diapers, it's all the same. You just have to check what is there.
Now, you just made mention of changing politicians, but when you look at the ADC, we've seen that a lot of bigwigs from different political parties have moved to the ADC. Won't people say that, okay, it's just the same person but different clothing?
Still, let me go back to, if you look at it that way, then you don't understand the mass. What you're supposed to see is that it's now the masses that are now removing them and changing them. Because, for example, PDP said they are going for 100 or 60 years. They remove them, they bring APC, and APC, this is what they are today. And then they remove them and bring, even if there's just two party or two people that, like said, me and you, I was the manager of Daily Trust. I doing my work. They remove me because they like me, and now bring Hawa. Hawa is not doing one. And then the next person said, let me bring Hawa back. Well, let me bring Ibrahim back. Ibrahim will now say, okay, let me do something so that this person that is changing us knows that he wants his TV station to work. It wants you to reach out to audience. So that's how politics works. Don't let them use that psychology that, okay, they are all different. Let me tell you, even if the greatest thief today get the opportunity now to come back to life, that's why they went to prison and come back. Now you now decide, what else did I want? Shall I continue to live this life, or shall I do better for people to have a better life? That's how it works. And if this ADC, as you see them, as we are talking about them, refuse to do anything from 2027, 20,000, then the populists change them again. That's why I say it's just like changing diapers. Keep changing them till they realize that the most important value is to add value to the common man, because he is the one in charge of voting in people into that system.
All right,
so that's
now,
how the contest is supposed to look like.
All right, now let's look at ADC's momentum at this point. A lot would say that, okay, we've heard ADC, we've seen ADC, but what hard evidence exists that ADC's momentum translates beyond social media, press conferences, and defections that we've seen happen?
Us that are on the street, we can tell you for free. That's what is happening. A lot of people are disenchanted with this at APC because there is no government that people on their own brought into power like APC government during the Buhari, and they have a lot of expectation from them. And also everything went gaga. The whole of the people in PDP joined them, as I heard somebody saying it's garbage in, garbage out. But what we realized after everything is that they don't come with two concepts when they are coming into power. That's what Buhari lost, and that's what Tinubu is losing today. Once you come into power, the first thing that's supposed to be in front of you is uniting your country. You come with just 8 million votes out of 24 million votes that cast during 2023 election. You know that a lot of people don't like you. What you need to do is that am I going to bring this country together? And everybody see the fracture where we are when we are going with the Muslim ticket and all this campaign of religious, and that people don't know what to offer, and they don't bring all this thing that will divide us more. So once you come, then because you make the division,
As Nigeria ushered in the year 2026, President Bola Tinubu said that the new year would mark the beginning of a more robust phase of economic growth for Nigeria. Nigeria's economic reform agenda under the current administration has been anchored on a fundamental reworking of fiscal, monetary, and structural policies aimed at stabilizing the economy and restoring growth after years of deep distortions. Joining us on the show to discuss how Nigeria ought to use what it owns to attract investment and capital rather than borrowing is Dr. Ayo Teriba, an economist. Good morning, Dr. Teriba. You're most welcome. Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us. The first week of the year 2026.
Happy New Year, Bills. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Teriba, let's start with outlook for 2026, because that is the traditional thing that we do beginning of the year. The president has talked about fiscal policy, consolidation of economic growth. In his New Year message, he talked at length about how the reform has worked, how the reform has been commended by multilateral institutions and also rating agencies like Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch, and how what his government intends to do this year is to just consolidate and ensure greater restoration and hope for Nigerians. But what are the specifics? Because he was even talking about, or was it the central bank and the CPP, Center for Private Enterprise Promotion, talking about, GDP growth may be up to about 4.9% in the year 2026. How realistic are those? So just your own outlook, and also the benchmarks in the budget, and all this stuff. Finally, the big elephant in the room, tax. The new taxes, NTA, as they are called, that became effective yesterday.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. Happy New Year. Wish all of us all the best in 2026.
And we have to see you more this year. Also on this day live,
God willing,
you abandoned us on that platform.
I am not.
Please come every Sunday.
Can call anytime. I'm happy always to be here. And Happy New Year to our viewers at home. Let's hope the best for 2026. I'll begin on the outlook. You've broadly put 3 issues on the table. The outlook as I see it, then the budget benchmarks, and then the tax. So let's do the tax last. Let's start with the outlook. In my view, the outlook for Nigeria for 2026 should be much better than the government is projecting. And I'm pleased to remind us that the multilateral agencies have projected a better growth outlook for Nigeria than even the world economy. That the world economy is projected, to slow down slightly. They were adjusting the projected growth for the world downward while raising the projected growth for Nigeria. That's a positive to start with. What reference year would I liken 2026 to? Incidentally, it will be 20 years ago. You should expect that 2026 is going to be similar to 2006. When you saw the stock market increase fivefold, the naira gained strength, inflation stabilized, and growth accelerated before it all hit the wall in the 2008-2009 global economic and financial crisis. So I'm saying 2026 is going to be a repeat of 2006. Expect, rapid, tranquility and expansion on all fronts. 2006 was by luck. Global oil prices smiled on us. Global commodity prices broadly. That was the commodity super cycle. That was the peak of it before the crisis. This one is not luck. This one is policy induced. The biggest gain has come in the area of stability of the exchange rate and disinflation, deceleration of inflation that we've seen for the whole of 2025. And I have, projected that by January, inflation should hit single digits. The last reading as of November was 14.45. I expect the next to be about 12%. And by January, that will be announced mid-February, we should be in single digits. If we hit single digits at the beginning of the year, we should stay in single digits, for the rest of the year. I feel that the exchange rate projection by the government, inflation projection by the government are far, lower than what we should be expecting.